KO Knives, what is good, brother? What's going on? Gabriel, what's up? Yeah, y'all caught that echo from me not really setting up very well before this started. Well, what are you going to make a video on? I'm going to guess it's how to close an OTF. That's what I'm going to guess. But you want to make your guesses now for which one we get? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I want to check that out, actually. I want to see what you think about it. Because, like, the bad pocket clip sucks. Kelly boy, what's up? Zint, what's up? What's going on? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so you're looking at the Spyderco Tenacious. Is the one you're looking at. Yeah, I mean, I've got stuff I want to work with here. Like, we got the steel wheel. I want to check that out. We got the Tenacious. I wanted to play with that. Then we got some crappy 440 and some crappy 3CR13. So the numbers, I'm about to roll this 20-sided die right here, and that's going to pick which one we get. I'm all right. I still have no air conditioning, but the weather's been nice enough that we're comfortable right now. We're comfortable right now. All right, D20 of Destiny. What do we get? We got 11. So we got this crap ass tack force, and this is in, I believe, 440 stainless. Yeah, it's 440 stainless. Yes, sorry about the last one. Like, the night before, I did not sleep at all. Went to work, put in a full day, and when I got home, I realized I just couldn't do it. So we're going in on a garbage ass tack force. And the shame here, the real shame with this is this rainbow finish right here doesn't wear off. I have not heard of Olympia before. I have not. Okay, let's see if we got an okay edge. If not, we're going to spend a few minutes stropping it before we get down to business. I don't expect much here. All right, I think we can do with this. That's not too bad. Chelsea, what's up? Yeah, I have a Rambo knife too. It got autographed by Sylvester Stallone. It's one of my favorite pieces in the collection. Like, it don't get better than that. Okay, so we got some stuff I brought home the other day. I don't think this is going to be fun to cut, so we'll save this as a last resort. Electrolyte. You're going down, bitch. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, like, I don't stockpile anything. I know what I'm going to make before I make it, and I just rip into it. Arthur Gatsky, what's up? Yes, this is gas station crap. That was kind of the point. I forget when I bought this, but I was like, you know what? I actually bought this so that if I was around some other knife guys, I could whip this thing out and act like I was serious about it and get a laugh. But I don't really know any knife guys outside of here. So I just wound up screwing around with it. All right, KO, see you in a bit. And it got thrown in a drawer and kind of forgotten about. And then I dragged it out. I'm like, you know what? We need some modern 440 stainless. Our 440 stainless from 1980, I think, took 2 or 2.5 hours of this before it crapped out. So we'll see how this does. But yeah, what have you guys all been up to? Like I said, I just woke up at 2 this morning, went to work, and came home. And I'm actually starting the stream in better shape than the last couple. So maybe we can make it past the 4-hour mark tonight. This pocket clip's already got to go. Just a guest, what's going on, man? Welcome back. So yeah, one thing about these tip down knives, this pocket clip is always a source of irritation. Yeah, I mean, that's the point. This was some gas station crap. And I think I like the dragon on it. So it's like, you know what? Cool. I'll spend 15 bucks on this. Is this T6 or T8? It's T6. I did have some pocket knives back then. There were a lot of Schrade Uncle Henrys and old timers that I either bought or shoplifted from a hardware store next to my house. And then some stuff I just found, but it was all terrible. Like the Schrades, they gave me a soft spot for Schrade. You know, I like Schrade more than I should just because I've had some good Schrades in the past, even though Schrade's not a good company now, really. But yeah, I've had knives for most of my life. Like I've always had something. It's just, you know, for the longest time, it was whatever I happened to be able to. Like I couldn't afford to chase knives down like I do now. And even now, I'm not chasing down expensive stuff. Yeah, like I've talked to some guys in the UK, like some guys from Austria, some guys from Great Britain, stuff like that, and I've seen their knife laws. I know Germany is also really tightly restricted on it. Justin Eady, what's up? You know, I've talked to some guys from Australia too. Travis, what's going on, man? Welcome, welcome. But yeah, like it's kind of nuts, and it's like, you know, wow, 11 right now. Punisher, what's up, man? What's going on? Fook, what's going on? What's going on, man? But you know, the knife laws getting out through parts of Europe are crazy. You know, it's kind of one of those things, a side effect of you know, not only enacting gun control but confiscating and destroying almost everything in civilian hands. You know, like I get it, trying to do something to help the case, especially like you got to imagine, like the guns in Germany, London, Belgium, France, all that, like the stuff they had floating around had to have been fucking nuts. You know, like you got guys who found like five submachine guns just kind of laying on the edge of their property because somebody lost their fight. You know, so you know, I imagine that was far worse than people think it is nowadays. Because I mean, you're talking about a war zone where you know, the weapons of the dead were not really inventoried. Knives are life. What's going on, man? But yeah, like you know, that leads to you confiscate and destroy all the guns, and then people got to resort to the next best thing, which is knives. And of course, you get rid of knives, and you get rid of knives, and people are going to start carrying hammers. They're going to start carrying, you know, literally anything else. Like, and that's the thing. Like you know, a small hammer is so much more effective of a weapon than a knife is, in a lot, like all respects. You know, it's just a knife seems more threatening until someone rolls up on you waving a hammer around. But yeah, I couldn't tell you when I started carrying a knife. I mean, I had one when I was in elementary school, but that got confiscated pretty quickly. Wasn't doing anything really wrong with it, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yeah, I mean, metal pipe, you know, and like that's the thing, like a hammer is pretty damn easy to conceal too. Like, you know, hammers are easier to conceal than you think they are. So I mean, it's like there's no good answer for the problem, not really. Because no matter what you do, no matter what you ban, no matter what you destroy, people are going to find a way. At some point in the eventual future, when I'm comfortable being in the shop again, I plan on making a Warhammer for myself. I've actually got something that Knives 564, words are hard. What's going on? Welcome. But I got something that my uncle made, and it looks like a standard walking cane. However, the shaft is steel conduit basically, and the handle is like I think a 16-ounce billet of bronze. So basically, he would pretend he, you know, had a bum leg or something like that, and go into places where you can't carry knives and guns and shit. And he's just walking around with a warhammer. You know, it's like Hartsfield Airport. Then this is way back. way back in like the late 80s, early 90s. So yeah, my uncle gave me some knives when I was young too, but you know, like he had to go to Hartsfield for some reason. And so he's just walking around with a warhammer, acting like he had a limp. And you know, nobody was the wiser for it. Sin, thank you for the kind words, man. They're always appreciated. They are always appreciated. Yeah, at some point, I'd like to figure out how to. Oh, yeah. But I lost track of what I was saying. But no, those tire thumpers unfortunately had a rather derogatory name here in Georgia for a long time. But I grew up around a lot of scared and confused rednecks that didn't understand that their world was changing. So I am not going to repeat what it was or give you an idea of what it was, but it was bad. You can't say non-lethal. They're less lethal, but they're not totally non-lethal. That's kind of one of those things that's been floating around. Like, all right, Fook, I get what you're saying. However, if I'm in a point where I have to defend myself, I promise you, I am not going less lethal anything if I'm in that situation, because whatever I am dealing with is bad enough that it needs to be stopped instantly. Like, I don't have time for a. Well, and Carrie, what's going on, man? What's up? Did you ever make it over 150 subs? Or do we got to start pushing for that again tonight? Oh, nice. Yeah, you're picking up steam a lot faster than I did. Like I said, it won't be too long before you're like blowing past me. You're like at 2K and I'm trying to hit 1700. Just watch. Oh yeah, no, I mean, full fire. Oh, what's going on? Full fire. Yeah, it's full. It's a no, not a zero. Oh, that is awesome. Well, I mean, that's my thing. Is, you know, I have firearms, but I don't carry. Um, just because like I'm not trained to handle a situation. Okay, full fire zero. They're kind of hard to tell apart, but you know, I don't carry like that just because I'm not trained to handle a situation escalating that far. Um, so like I don't want to be at a point where I accidentally pop someone because I got scared in a situation that could have been de-escalated. You know, I don't need that on me. But yeah, no, I've actually I've gone after someone with a belt. Like we were just playing around, but as soon as I pulled the belt out and started swinging, he took off running, and dude jumped clean over the hood of a car to get away from me. That was after I'd chased him up 4 stories in a parking garage. It was like, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I'd be hard pressed to put myself in a situation where I'd need it. And that's the thing is, you know, I don't go into bad areas of town. I don't put myself around sketchy people. You know, if the vibe ain't right, I ain't there. And I get it. Something could happen at any time. It's kind of part of life, but you know, like I said, I don't want to put myself in that spot where it could have been de-escalated, but someone's on a t-shirt. Oh God, no. So we had an employee of a different grocery store walking through doing Instacart shopping. So I was making jokes about us being infiltrated and all that. One of my coworkers is like, "Yeah, we should just cut them with our box cutters, like run them off." And then I pulled out the O knife Sentry. I'm like, "Well, let's do it right," and kind of scared the hell out of him. Please do not tell me this is going to crap out this fast. Although If this thing craps out quickly, then we can put a new edge on it and see just how much of a difference that makes. You know, I may take a look at carrying regularly if I'm ever at a... So it picked this Tac Force gas station crap in 440. So we're kind of taking a look at the modern 440 stainless and seeing how it do. And I'm anticipating we're going to be sharpening it kind of early. Like I said, that the whole European situation is just weird, you know? Like I said earlier, I get what they're going for there. Oh my God. We're already struggling with the cut. Really? No, it did not take long. So I think from the factory, it just came with a burr. There may have been a micro burr on there. I don't think the edge rolled. I just don't think it was very sharp from the factory. So what we're going to do is we're going to sharpen this thing, and then we're really going ham on it. Is KO Knife still here? Did he come back? Yeah, that was kind of the point. Like, we do a lot of decent knives, but we also kind of want to... this says it's 440 stainless. So I think it was just dull out of the box. And, you know, we just kind of finished the job on it. I don't think it was that sharp to start off with. But we're going to find out because we're going to sharpen this. And then we're going back in. All right. Give me a second here. I'm going to look up the best angle to sharpen 440 at. Okay, so I'm not getting so we're gonna set this to 17 degrees. 1977, alive and kicking. What's going on? The one Glock I've handled, I was not a fan of. I like my FUD cannons. Ugh. Okay, let's get the healing box on the bench. So your FUD can is going to be your 1911. Your winner of 2 world wars. And your stopping power. Yeah, we're going to go about 17 degrees. KO is going to come back and be like, what the hell happened? I wouldn't say it's outdated so much. I mean, it's old technology, but it still works very, very well. You know, you don't get some of the modern bells and whistles on some of them, but you know, it's just like any other gun. Like you can get them, you know, spec'd out cheap. This is supposedly a seatbelt cutter right here. I don't have seatbelt to try it on. Well, 1911 is the Lord's, or 45 ACP is the Lord's caliber. A lot of cheap knives do have one. That seems to be a common feature. That's just like the mark of the beast, tip down carry. And like, here's the thing. If you see this pocket clip on a knife laying this damn flat, you know you got some garbage. So I can't tell you whether or not it feels like 440 steel. Like I said, I'm sure we had a crap edge from the factory, so we're fixing that problem. I think the last 440 I sharpened was that old buck knife, and I did that on my belt sharpener. But we're trying to go all in on this thing if we're going to do this. Me with knives, what's going on, dude? Welcome back. So we got this cheap ass tack force in 440, and the edge was already kind of shot out of the box. She's okay with knives, but she's not big into them. I've given her a few. You know, mostly she just reads like I used to. Like she reads a lot. You know, that's kind of her thing. All right, I think we cleared enough material away. But trust me, if I could afford it, I'd be picking up some more guns and spending time at the range. But I don't. And given how the last couple of months here have gone, it's going to be a long time before I have that kind of money. Like the money I'm saving up for the Cold Steel Mayhem. If I do spend it on that, I've got a long way to go on that. And like that money may end up getting pulled for bills. I'll be honest. So I carried the O-Knife Sentry L1. 4-inch blade pocket cleaver, just absolute monster of a blade. I did the first impression video of it a few days ago, I think last Thursday or something like that. And I also had the Gin Knives Chubby that I built on me as well. So I'm kind of carrying both of those for review. At the same time, what am I feeling here? Is there just no edge on this? Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm gonna be back and forth on this a few times. This does not feel right. Actually, you know what? You know what? We're gonna do something different. I don't want to sit here for 40 minutes working on this thing when it ain't worth 40 minutes. We're going to do something different. We're going to do a convex edge on it. I do have a 1911 chambered in 22 long rifle. Because I mean, that's the thing. Your range gun should be a 22. Your ammo costs next to nothing comparatively, and it doesn't matter how big the hole in the paper is. It just matters where it is. We're going electronic with this. Which, if you guys haven't seen this, this is the old version of the Worksharp Canonian Edition belt grinder. They sell a nicer one now, but God Almighty, like if you're dealing with your cheaper knives, this thing is God tier. You know, it's easy to round your tip off and make some mistakes, but Maxilla, what's going on, dude? We started off with a crap knife that had a crap edge. It took about 10 minutes for it to really start showing issues. So we're partying on it. And I apologize if this noise is bad. Yeah, I'm not getting a burr here yet. Yeah, this was an expensive piece of kit, but God, it is so nice to have. Is this belt 2? This is belt 3. That's belt 2. Like, honestly, if I'm not... If I'm not worried about having one of those factory looking edges that is you know, super crisp, I'll just go to this thing, especially like on cheaper stuff. I don't give a shit. Believe it or not, like I'm not in the kitchen very much. I don't extract much joy from the process of cooking. I'm good at it, but I don't spend much time in the kitchen, so I got just kind of whatever's laying around. So like the one that I like is I set out to make a Bowie knife, and I got some stuff wrong, and it looked like it was a kitchen knife with a clip point. So I turned it into that, and it's a very thick slab, so it's just basically a glorified pizza cutter. I miss that, but the only one that I use very often is a knockoff of a Spyderco that I got before I got really into the hobby again. That thing works great. I sharpen the piss out of it, and it's awesome. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is, you know, I kind of live out of the microwave. Um, this again, I don't enjoy the process. I don't enjoy standing around that long just working on that. And it's like I don't want to stand here for 3 hours working on something I'm gonna eat in 15, like in like 5 minutes. Like, okay, why aren't you going? All right, Cali boys, see you in a bit. Um, yeah, no, it's a piece of shit. That's why we have it here. Like I normally like to have one bad knife in the batch just so that, you know, we got some steaks to the die being there. It's weird though. I'm not seeing a burr come up on part of it at all, and I'm getting a monster burr off of the rest. I don't know what's happening there. But you know, as quick as that was, I spent longer than usual working on it, trying to get a burr to come up where it wasn't coming up. But even that quickly, you know, we've got a convex, very, very mirrored edge now, and it's only going to get sharper from here. Oh, nice. Yeah, that 14C28N will treat you well. Okay, so we haven't even stropped this thing yet. And this paper is all kinds of messed up. Yeah, that 14C28N will take care of you. Like we've gone in on that, and that thing, it took hours and hours of munching cardboard. But if you guys haven't seen this part before, this is my stropping system. These things are loaded up with diamond paste I got from Temu. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is like I can get away with using cheap crap kitchen knives because I've got so many different ways to sharpen something now that one way or another I can get a crazy ass edge on it, even if it doesn't hold it for more than a couple of uses. Thanks, Full Fire. Yeah, like it's kind of one of those things where I figured like if I'm gonna do this, I need some visual flair, like a little bit of pop. And then I realized just taping these down to a piece of cardboard was like the most jank ass thing I could do. And I was like, yep, perfect. Um, Now we got some new faces in here. Full Fire, you get to pick a figure out. We got the ninja, we got the robot, we got the Frankenstein, we got the Grim Reaper, we got the mummy, we got the knight, we got the scuba guy, and we got the alien. So you can pick one of those guys out while we're doing this. All right, Grim Reaper it is. Yusuf, how you going? Fook, what's up? So this thing had some garbage issues going on immediately, so we just took the belt grinder out and sharpened it. I'm stropping it now, and we'll see how long this edge holds up. It's got a convex edge. It's got a fairly low angle on it, I think. You know, with that grinder, I just set it up where my ancestors are like, "Yes, child, that's good." And the one problem with that belt grinder, and that's why I don't use it on the good knives, is using that slack belt, you can round the tip off really easily, which you probably can't see it here, but that tip is just a little bit rounded. Oh, we got a severe amount of blade rattle. Can you believe I didn't pay that much for this? I freehanded this on the electric belt grinder. I didn't feel like wasting the time on this on the work sharp or on the precision adjust. I used the Kin Onion belt grinder. So I have no idea exactly what the angle is. Just so I can tell, like I haven't really used it any or carried it any because one, it's tip down, and I hate tip down, but we all live in sin. But there's a ton of blade rattle in there that I would have noticed immediately if I would have actually carried it and used it. That is so bad. Well, thank God I got a T8 sitting right here. Jesus, yeah. Okay, now let's see how she cuts. And Fook, I am raw dogging the temperatures in this basement. I did not bring the portable AC down here. Okay, y'all see that, right? Y'all saw that, right? And that is a mirrored edge, just mirrored, but you can kind of see where the tip did get a little jacked up on it. So that's where we're starting. So I said, it's just, that is good for knives you don't have to worry about. Like you can see the tip don't quite look right, but like that is shaving sharp. Can I get a single here? I'm going to try to outdoors 55 this real quick. Okay, so we aren't at we aren't at we aren't at hair whittling. Which, if you watch an Outdoors 55 video and you do a shot every time he says hair whittling, you will die. Straight up, you will die. Oh, that is so much better. So we're going to call this at 540. And see how long this thing takes to go nasty. I'm going to wager this will take 2 hours. Me with knives, thank you. Let's see what that does. But I'm going to venture a guess that about 2 hours are going to be in bad shape again. Y'all want to go ahead and field your guesses now? Starting right now at 5:40 p.m. Eastern time. Well, you know, I said I extract no joy from the process of cooking. I also don't really shave. I've got clippers that I'll just mow everything down with to within spec for work, and then let it go. Yeah, you missed a KO. We already sharpened this thing on the belt grinder. I wasn't going to waste the time on this piece of crap with the precision adjust. Like, I started on it and I couldn't really feel a burr coming up, so I was like, screw it. I'm not going to sit here for 45 minutes working on that. So we got gas station 440 steel. I'm going to guess 2 hours before the edge is shot. The grip is actually not that bad. Believe it or not, this is much more comfortable than a lot of nicer knives that I've used. This spot right here between the liners is actually crowned over and rounded and softened. A lot of knives, it's not. It's a hard 90, and it chews this part of my hand up so bad. KO, you're doing too much, boo-boo. Like, this part right here isn't the most comfortable down here, but it's still not bad. Now, my grip is not the most comfortable. Like I said, I get a new knife in. I'll probably get 3 to 4 videos out of that one before I move on. I haven't quite figured out how to get more of them, you know, but like if I carry it, like if I do the first impression video, like I do the unboxing short, then I do the first impression video, then I carry it for a week. I do the review video on that after a week. And then if it comes over here and goes through Cardboard Slayer, that's a live stream. And then the Cardboard Slayer Aftermath video is yet another one. Yeah, do I have anything here we can try to cut with that seatbelt cutter? Because like this one, there's not. Okay, so it's got a little bit of a razor blade in there. I may have said razor blade a bit too soon. No, it actually cut something. I don't have anything here that'll equate to a seat belt, but where's my cheap paracord? That's not it. Tell you what, I got a paracord strap. Let's see if it'll cut this. It cut it, but it sucked while it was doing it. Yeah, I've made a few fixed blade knives. They're not good, but I made them. Swave. We're cutting with the Tac Force. Gas station grade Tac Force in 440 steel, and I just sharpened it. So I'm gonna guess about 2 hours before the edge craps out. Y'all want to field your guesses and see who's right? This is Happy Honda Days, country son. Yeah. 448 minus. But yeah, like the Bar S30V is nice. If it's already heat treated, that S30V will be nice. Yeah, I missed that live stream, but like I got home from work yesterday, and by 3:30 I pounded medication, and I was out cold by probably about 4:45, and I was out for the whole night. Bill, what's going on, man? Yeah, if this were a wealthier channel, I definitely have some S30V that I could beat on. But I'm not putting myself through this with a $140, $150 knife that I got to sharpen afterwards, because that's a very, very, it's a very expensive knife for me. I probably will break down and do it at one point. Josh, what's going on, man? Gabriel, what question do you have, sir? Yeah, S30V is not cheap. It is not. At some point, I will break down and do this with S30V, and that's probably going to be one of those marathon streams, and that's probably going to be, if I know me, it's going to be raising funds through Super Chat to get, well, at the rate we're going, in about another 3 months, we'll be able to get that edge sharpness tester. But that'll be like a fundraiser for the channel of some sort. I don't know how hard it is to sharpen S30V. I have some, but I haven't tried to sharpen it. Oh, Fook, fuck yeah, man. We got our 3rd channel member. Much appreciated, Fook. But, shit, what was I going to say? Yeah, these cheap knives, part of that is, you know, like you've got guys that do reviews where they you know, they'll take the knife out of the box and they'll be like, all right, so this thing cost me 15 bucks. It's a Tac Force from Amazon. Wow, this thing is awesome. Like, you should get one of these. And they don't actually use the fucker. But yeah, Fook's coming up, man. He's got the admin wrench. He's a channel member. Like, you balling out, son. It is becoming very, very warm. And right, he totally missed out on it. And I've got a shave spot now that's going to feel funny when I put a sock on. I haven't gotten my hands on an Emerson. But one thing that I do have is I got some knives from my uncle before he passed away. Still no AC, Bill. Still no AC. Like, I decided to be ballsy and just raw dog the temperature in here tonight. But I've got a few knives where he loosened the action up ridiculously loose. And then he did that so he could lay a matchstick down in the frame of the knife, in between the liners. So he keeps the tip poking out just a little bit, so he could do the Emerson wave thing when he pulled it out of his pocket, and the tip caught on the hem of the pocket, which I find scary. So like I don't carry those shits. Like they're just basically safe queens that only have sentimental value. You know, if you do the buck 110 just right, if you do it just right, you can swing that thing open centrifugally, pointing down. So we're beating on a tack force in 440 steel, just some gas station garbage. I have never seen 440B. We need to find some now. So KO can do a better job of explaining the difference than I can. But basically, slightly different chemical composition between them. Okay. Yeah, and as we know, 7CR sucks. Anything below 8CR has no reason to exist, and 8CR should be being phased out by now. Now you see when the cardboard gets these wrinkles in it, it no longer stands upright while you cut it. I wish we had more Dr. Disrespect news to talk about and see if we don't spike viewers again. Like y'all that weren't here for that, we started talking about Dr. Disrespect just getting his whole life fucked up by being an idiot and being a fucking pedophile just about. And our viewer count went up to like 50 some odd and then dipped back down and went back up to 50 some odd. It was wild. But on another point, I have sharpened a few knives now on sharpening stones. Scientology, help us. I have started learning how to use a sharpening stone, but my knives are either sharp from the factory, or I've done a controlled sharpening with a fixed angle. So like I don't get many opportunities, and I don't have like the crap I don't care about never gets used, so it stays sharp. And I'm not sure how edgy you're planning on going there, KO. You know, and I mean, it's the weirdest thing too. Like you got that Ava Tyson mess with Mr. Beast. So I've got a CPM S35 VN blade. It's a Kansept Mado or Mado, however you pronounce it. That one's in the wings waiting to get carried, and then we are doing Cardboard Slayer with that. that thing I got for $14 thanks to Bees Blades. That's like a $150 knife that I got for 14 bucks. But I'm not having people send me stuff right now. I was like, it's kind of rolling the dice because you have to have a return address when you send someone something. So like if I send out stuff to a giveaway winner, then I'm kind of rolling the dice with that, but I'm trying not to turn my address into public knowledge for something like this. Because once the audience gets big enough, that starts getting really, really risky, really, really fast. Like the channel's not there right now. You know, this is still a really small channel. But at some point, one day, I'd like the channel to be big enough to kind of support itself. You know, where I don't have to keep coming out of pocket for stuff. It can support itself. But yeah, you don't gotta send me nothing. That's what I was talking about. Like, yeah, my guess was 2 hours too. But yeah, I'm not having people send me stuff right now. You know, if I can get a PO box set up or something like that, then maybe. Yeah, Bees is nice. It's weird because like the first couple of times I saw him, I was like, the guy seems like artificially nice, if that's the right way to phrase it. You know, he seemed just kind of artificially nice. And, you know, part of that too is like, you know, there's like a little bit of the old sting because guys that are nice like that, that kind of nice, would eventually wind up going off on me and going completely nuclear. And it took until the last few years to figure out that's because I was a fucking asshole at that point in my life. They had reason to do it, you know? You know, that was my doing. It wasn't them, it was me. A lot of blades will trail side to side a little bit. This one is not doing it as bad as other knives have by any stretch. Oh no, this is absolute trash. Like I said, I put some bad knives in the mix when I do the random drawing just to have some stakes to it, because we can still learn something from this piece of shit. Like, at least we can learn what the gas station 440 stainless is capable of handling. So yeah, no, we all know this knife is trash. But yeah, I definitely haven't won a giveaway from Bees. However, the that $150 knife for $15 was as good as a win. I just can't believe I got in there and got it because like it took some fumbling before I got everything entered. I don't know how I lucked into that one. Yeah, so I'll be behind the chat. Let me okay. So I scrolled up to scroll back down and see if I can't get my chat back in line with what y'all are saying. And the first thing I see is $50 show whole tits on some chick's live stream. No, I'm just gonna be behind. And that's the thing is like there's a delay. There's a delay between when I say something and when you see it. And there's a delay between when you type something in chat and when I read it. It's always been like that with live streams. It's part of why, you know, it doesn't take the chat scrolling too fast before you miss everything. Well, Full Fire, man, thank you. I always appreciate the kind words. But you know, that's why it doesn't take too many people going in the chat at once before your comments just kind of vanish. Account name Sharon, SHERON SS2. There's a space between those. Sharon space SS2. I don't think she's actually going to show them. Um, I tell you what, I'll look on Amazon real quick and look up my history and see if I can find this thing and tell you what I actually paid for it. It was like the wife likes stuff like this, so I got her one just to have a knife that she actually liked. You know, it's like you're catering to someone that's a non-knife person with, you know, the tastes of, you know, female proclivities, and she likes high fantasy and stuff like that. So Dragon and Rainbow was a good call. Then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get one for myself, and I am gonna just. I thought I'd carry it and just abuse it till it broke, and then I haven't been in an environment where I can abuse it the way I used to abuse knives. Yeah, so I thought I'd get a laugh out of a couple of knife guys, but I don't really have knife guys in my life that aren't on YouTube, basically. Because I think this thing was somewhere between 14 and 17 bucks. Yeah, somebody got this for their first knife ever at some point. I think that's how a lot of us start, you know, unless we got that guy in our life, like we'll start off with just whatever the gas station near us happens to sell. And I mean, that's the thing. The gas station that was, you know, an eighth of a mile from my house at the end of the street I lived on didn't sell knives. Otherwise, I would have had a bunch of those. Okay, so let me look at my search history and find the price on this. Yeah, I got this in August of 2015. Yeah, $13.99. So right at 14 bucks. Yeah, I work at a grocery store, so it's hard to find reasons to use the knife. So a lot of like my reviews focus mostly on, you know, how easy is it to carry, how comfortable is it, how good is the factory edge, you know, does it feel like it was worth the price, you know, and that means when I find a bad one, if I think it's bad, bad. Because if it's before or after she transitioned, but there was inappropriate messages with a minor, and you know, it's kind of hard to tell with that situation whether it's just edgy jokes that kind of got a little out of hand or if there was some serious grooming shit going on. There's so many questions that aren't fully answered. They're just not. Like either way, it's not cool at all. Like, you know, just an adult in a position like that having yeah, and that's the thing is like, you know, I'm only getting a little bit of the information. I'm not getting the full picture. I know other people know more than I do, but you know, even if it was that only one, just that one, like as an adult, you have absolutely no business, especially when you have a platform this large. You have no fucking business DMing with a minor for anything unless like they win a giveaway and you need an address or their parents' consent. And even then, handle transaction. Good to meet you. I'm out. Like, we're not going Me Too movement with that. That's a serious problem right there. It's like, I mean, that whole Me Too movement thing is just it's a mess, just to put it that way. A lot of legitimate people that have been victimized getting their credibility ruined by people that either have never been victimized or, you know, basically turned it into a bit of a shit show. Well, I said we're not going to go into politics. Like that's starting to get into political territory that we don't do here. But yeah, it's just I don't care what you're doing. I don't care what the reasons are. I don't care, you know, I don't care how legitimate it seems. But if you're a grown ass adult, you know, you really have no business exchanging private messages with a minor to begin with. And if you have a platform this large, you really just need to be like, nope, fuck this, I'm out. It's like, happy to hear from a fan, but I can't go farther than this, but I appreciate you being here. Like, that's about it. Yeah, I mean the Me Too movement, you know. Yeah, see, that's what I need is a true garbage, like some Pakistani stainless, some surgical stainless, stuff like that. Because we need to know. We need to know. But like the Me Too movement was, started by, you know, uh, victims of a certain variety of assault. You know, stepping forward and kind of making it okay for other victims to step forward too. It started with good intentions and then it backfired horribly, um, as things like that tend to do. Because when you have victims of any kind of abuse, it is incredibly hard for them to come forward and speak about it publicly or get their accuser handled or get the person that did the damage, the person that did the abuse. It's nearly impossible to set them up where you can deal with it and they see consequences. Um, and so like stuff like that is supposed to try to encourage people to come forward and supposed to make it safer for people to come forward and more socially acceptable. In a lot of ways it has. I grew up in a house where I experienced unbelievable amounts of violence and like actual torture. um and when I grew up, like that was a giant mark of shame. Like you ain't fucking telling nobody about it. And I didn't really tell anybody else in the family about it until I was an adult. And so what are you talking about? Like for romantic stuff? Like, like when I was 19, I drew the line at 16. Anyone younger than 16 off the table, which sucked. Because like there's the whole Romeo and Juliet law. Like that age difference is not that bad. It's not. And at 19, you're still a kid too. At 16 years old, if you're like 19, that's above board. Once you hit into like 20, 21, God no, you better tap out on that. But when I was 19, I was going through an incredible dry spell, and pretty much little to no physical contact with another human being of any kind. Hug, nothing. And several of my friends' 14-year-old sisters suddenly got super into me and would not leave me alone. It's like, bro, why is this not happening with somebody at a sane age? Yeah, that also depends on like the legal age of consent in your country. Like, yeah, if you're 24, then yeah, absolutely, you need to stay in the above 18 range. Um, like, and I mean, even like at 24, like 18 is not the worst thing in the world. However, you're going to be dealing with a crap load of immaturity in a relationship that's probably going to be quite volatile. That's just like after I left my ex-wife, you know, I left her, I was like 31. Yeah, 31. And even then I was like, no, anyone below about 28 is going to be a no-go for me. And part of that is, you know, a big part of that was, you know, the circles I was in and what I was having to do to take care of myself. You know, a lot of the girls under about 27, 28 were incredibly immature. It's like, you look good and that might be fun for a couple of weeks, but my dumb ass catches feelings almost instantly. So no. You know, I had one girl, she started showing some interest in Jesus H Zombies. You're talking about 100% of a smoke show. You know, like I'd really like, she invited me to the pool in her neighborhood, and like she's hanging out with you know, she's out there with a bikini on, and I'm like, I am not standing up right now for a very valid reason. But you know, we got to talking and all that, and she was just really, really fucking immature, like spoiled brat syndrome. Is like, I'm just gonna keep looking at you, and I'm gonna go home, and I'm gonna enjoy that memory. But outside of that, nah, I'm done. I'm sorry, but for me personally, 19 and 17 is perfectly acceptable. Like I said, it's just once you hit like early 20s, you know, that's when you start looking at this is getting weird. It's like they both end in teen, you know, you get involved with her, she's going to be 18, you know, around the time you turn 20, so you're still in good shape. Well, no, the funny thing is at one point, like she got to talking to somebody about something, and she looks at me and she's like, well, the only reason you're not trying to fuck me is you have a girlfriend. And I looked at her, I'm like, no, you could not be further from the truth. Like, going off looks, yeah. Like if it was just a couple of quick hookups and then I was, you know, then I bounced, yeah, sure. Absolutely. You know, that's one of those hell of a time to be alive encounters. But no, like I know myself. My stupid ass catches feelings damn near immediately after I get laid. Had to be real careful with that. Well, like I remember being single and my awkward ass really couldn't handle, didn't know how to close a deal anyways. But I don't think I saw the new Gerber, but I haven't really been online much in the last couple of days. You know, like I said, yesterday I went to work, I came home and immediately put myself under. So I haven't been online much. But yeah, Puns, you deserve better than that, man. You deserve better than that. And at some point, if you're just working on yourself and kind of building up some confidence and all that, you know, it'll just fall in your lap out of nowhere, basically. You know, you got to work on developing your sense of self-worth. Like, I think that's one thing most of us could do at any point. Is you know, almost all of us need to work on our sense of self-worth. It's like you're worth it, you're worthy of it, but you don't realize it. Well, I mean, you know my take on it, Zent. I already said what I got to say. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you start getting yourself in a better place, and you know, your sense of self-worth gets to, you know, an appropriate area. You know, like you understand your worth, you understand your value, and a lot like that's one of the keys to being confident. Like one of the keys to confidence is start by learning your self-worth. You know, and the good place to start with that. Well, confidence and self-worth are two different things. You know, when you start to accept the fact that you're no better than anybody, but you're also no worse than anybody, unless we're talking about people that hurt children, animals, and the elderly, or people that believe one race is superior to another. But you know, like you're better than those guys, guaranteed. You got a low bar there, some low hanging fruit. Um, Brother, I was one of the only single 6'4" guys in my groups, and nothing happened. But I think that was also before you know, I was also single before the whole dad bod thing became a trend and before the whole tall thing became the trend. You know, got to be over 6 feet. Like, that wasn't a thing back when I was single. All right, Josh, see you in a bit. Full fire, I don't really get to carry fixed blades. You know, I work at a grocery store. Like, you cannot have a fixed blade hanging off your belt there. And if I can't carry it and work with it and do anything with it, then I can't do a video on it and do a fair review. So I own a few fixed blades. I own a few really nice ones, but you know, I don't really get a chance to use them. JKP, what's up? But yeah, it's like, you know, kind of when you start accepting the fact that you're no better or no worse than anyone else, then you realize everyone else is no better than you are. And you know, once you start glomming onto that and really accepting it as a fact, like things start turning around even without you having your hands directly in it. Um, yeah, McDonald's you get away with, but like I'm about a half hour outside of Atlanta, so everything is kind of cityfied, kind of countryfied. So like me carrying a big ass pocket cleaver is okay, but carrying a fixed blade, like I have to be dressed business casual. All right, dress code absolutely will not allow something like that. You know, like the dress code there. All right, gotcha. Yeah, I'll take a look at that at some point later tonight or early tomorrow. I don't want to make any guarantees because I don't hit Instagram that often, if you couldn't tell by how slow replies are there. Like, I need to start using it more and kind of using it to feed the channel. But like I keep forgetting that it's there. And it's like, do I really want to do the same thing twice with the little bit of time I have? And I'm fighting the good fight here, but I may have to go get the portable AC. Like, it is getting uncomfortably hot in here, like profoundly uncomfortably hot. So yeah, you guys are gonna have to keep each other entertained for a minute and don't set the place on fire. But I have got to go get some relief. I'll be back as fast as humanly possible. Explain what's happening to anybody that comes in. Give me a half a second here, guys. You have no idea how nice this portable AC can make one small area. I'm good. I'm good. That was a fast run upstairs to swap everything out because, like, I got to go to the freezer. I got to pull two gallons of ice, another half gallon of ice, 3 or 4 Powerade bottles full of ice, a couple of Pepsi bottles full of ice. I got to pull all that out and then put the same amount back in the freezer and then carry all that downstairs. So I thought I'd be able to get away with not having to do that because it's inconvenient, and then I got to take it back upstairs when I'm done. But no. But God damn, this feels good right now. Like, holy piss lemons. So we'll just say we started this at 6 since we've had so many interruptions. Or we'll call it 5:45, I guess. Somewhere in that window. Yeah, but where do you live, Arthur? Arthur? I know I pronounced it right at some point. But where in the world do you live? Because that's important. All right, I am in Georgia, about 30 minutes away from Atlanta. So the humidity is always above 80%. And right now the temperatures have been in the 70s to the mid 80s. But when we lost our AC, the temperatures were in the high 90s, like 97 degrees Frankenstein. Well, the thing is, in Europe, they don't really need AC. You know, they might have a week of hot days every year, most years. However, I guarantee you AC is going to be becoming a thing in Europe just because everywhere, the world's getting hotter. Oh, oh. Well, here's the thing. All right, if you're used to your high temperatures being around 65 Fahrenheit, if it goes up to 80, you're screwed because you got to think if like the warmest part of your year is like 65, 70 degrees, that means your coldest part of the year is going to be absolute frozen hell. And your house is insulated to hell and back because of it. So now you're dealing with an insulated hot box at 80 degrees. Because I can promise you right now, if we didn't have windows open and fans going, even at 80 degrees, it'd still be like 85 in this house. Like, it would be stupid hot in here still. Like, we've managed to bring the temperature in this house down to a nice brisk 80 degrees. So, Food, you got your membership, and we didn't do it then, but go ahead and pick a figure out. What figure does Spook Doozle want? We did Grim Reaper already. Bill, I will see you later. But you know what? We're going to do the Grim Reaper again for you. Yeah, unfortunately, KO, I'd love to say yes, I'll be there, but my work schedule is so fucking nuts. I can't ever promise I'm going to be anywhere in the next, like, 4 days from now, which is part of why these are kind of irregular. Because I'd love to pick a night where, you know, we don't have Bees or Metal Complex or somebody else doing a live stream at the same time I am. And I just get out here and do my thing. Maybe get some new eyes in here. And that chick is still going on the other stream, but she still has her shirt on, so I'm guessing nobody donated any money yet. Which, I mean, let me see something. It looks like she's got 14,000 people watching right now. Looks like she's got 14,000 people watching right now. Oh yeah, I'm waiting for when we get back above 110 again here in Georgia. I haven't watched WWE in decades. But I would believe it. Let's take a swing at some of the Insanity cardboard and see what it does to that. All right, Gabriel, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you. Okay, so the Insanity cardboard it's all right with. Yeah, there was WCW. Like I still remember when I was getting pissed off because Sting was basically ripping off the Crow face paint. I was like, bro, you don't need to do that. Of all the movies you don't touch, The Crow is one of them. I won't give a fuck. I will fight you on it. KO, appreciate you, man. I'm sure you'll swing by later. You usually do. I know the chat's kind of doing its own thing right now, and I'm trying to keep myself entertained. Oh, nice. I popped over 1360 finally. Yeah, I think I was at 1358 before I started this. And lads, we are getting some thunder. I got emails from YouTube saying I was live on my channel. Matt Yako, what's going on, dude? So yeah, we're going in on an absolute piece of shit attack force in rainbow finish and 440 stainless. That is what the D20 of Destiny picked for us. Oh shit! The truck! So I mean, the thumb studs for opening the blade work just fine, but yeah, they are way up here out of the path. They still hit the work sharp when I was putting the edge on it, which I got to learn to belt sharpen with thumb studs in the way. Full fire. Thank you so much. Blade Walker, what's going on? Welcome. So we are currently wailing on a piece of shit tack force. I think in the first 10 minutes or so, we found out the factory edge was bad, so we sharpened it. Yeah, how was BEED? How was Brian's live stream over there? Like, I saw he was doing it, but I already had mine scheduled. Yeah, well, we'll see in a bit, KO. Oh, shit, Fook. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, when I checked on him before I came up and started doing this, I think he had like 17 viewers. Ingo, what's up? What's up? Welcome. I am assuming I pronounced that right. Oh, I cannot tell you how much better life is with this air conditioner. Jesus Christ. Like it only makes a few square feet comfortable, but the exact few square feet I need right now. Bro, like I still have no air conditioning. It's been 3 fucking weeks. Like I've got this little cooler with a duct fan in it full of blocks of ice, making this one spot I'm sitting in okay. I haven't tested Nitro V yet, but that's coming up. So I carried the Drop Bear. That's a Nitro V, but I am not doing Cardboard Slayer with it. I bought that as a little bit of a save queen, but I did buy the Nice Guy. This is a Nitro V. This one's getting the Cardboard Slayer treatment. Rich, what's going on? How you doing, man? But yeah, Rich, we got a piece of shit tack force for tonight. Yeah, and I was just about to tell the guys too, like Ace on Knives, because like Fook just started doing some content. We got some new channels in here. You know, they're just hitting their first 100 subs or so. And I was about to tell them, like, you know, Ace on Knives is kind of the reason this channel got started. You know, I just started catching his short videos when he first started his stuff up. Yeah, Kaiser's using Nitro V now. But there was one video, and I wish I could find it so I could link off to it, but I don't know which one it is exactly. Just brilliantly hilarious rant. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and start the channel. If it was in stripes, yes. Yeah, I've won a couple of them from Ace on Knives. This is not necessarily the best place to ask for best sellers. I know some of the other guys are going to know a lot more than I am right now. But like I know the Kaiser Drop Bear is hot. The Vosteed Raccoon is still pretty hot. Like, you know, your Vosteeds, your a lot of your Kaisers, your crap. I'm just drawing complete blanks right now. Yeah, like this channel here is kind of, we focus on going through the cheap stuff and finding the good things hiding in the cheap stuff. You know, we found a few gems, like a few absolute bangers, but you know, you really got to dig around for them. Yeah, I saw that Estwing fixed blade and that folding knife, and I was like, finally, somebody's like, you know what? I'm going to make a knife just for dads. Like, this knife is for dads and dads alone. Yeah, I'm kind of at the point with this now where it's like, if I enter a giveaway, it's going to be for something that's way too expensive for me to buy otherwise. You know, but other than that, you know, let the other guys win them. I I still got a shitload of stuff to go through just from Blade Show. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things in my work schedule too. Like, guys will be running live streams like bees. He'll be running a live stream, but it's again like kind of impossible to address him directly for free. You know, getting close to it is like as you know, constantly clapped out as I am from my work schedule being super jacked up. It's really damn hard to sit through a live stream. It's just like today, I came home from work. I was like, I just want to go to sleep. But, you know, we didn't get to do the last one. Zent, thanks. I don't like it, but, you know, when you hear your own voice played back to you, you manage to hurt your own feelings every time. You know, I've gotten used to it for, yeah, give me a second here. I gotta. Yeah, Brian Edmonds still at like 17 watching right now. Okay, so I got Mad Yako. Yeah, I'm trying to get to Fuchs' channel on Knives, I guess. There she blows. Okay. I know if I swipe up, I got some chicken to pull. Found the blonde lady dancing. Yikes. Like, she's got 258 watching, but Christ almighty, like, that's what we're dealing with there. The comments are just roasting her. I mean, look, all power to her. She has got about 20 times more people watching her than we have here. All right, folks, see you in a bit. Like, whatever she's doing is working well enough, but yikes. All right, so we're close enough to an hour in. Ooh. Yeah, that primary cutting surface right there is showing some wear. The part of the knife that didn't do most of the cutting is still sharp. It was very, very sharp when we started, if you weren't here for that. But also, welcome. So yeah, like it's already showing bad edge wear in that one spot after an hour. I can't tell you when the last time I got free money was. And one of the last times I remember is I found $100 in a pile of leaves. I was just on the side of the road blowing leaves and $100 bill flew up out of it. But we're going to keep pushing this until the cuts in the cardboard get crappy. I'm just giving my hand a couple minutes. Don't worry, evasive floppy disk should be here any minute. So if you guys want to see kind of what happens to my hands while I'm doing this, that right there, that part of my hand is getting destroyed. I don't know. That's what I'm kind of wondering now. Yeah, I mean, that is just. That was clean when we started. Well, there's callus there because every other knife that I cut with, this spot right here between the scales is incredibly sharp and it just annihilates this part of my hand. This one, it's not painful. It's not painful. It's just tearing the skin up. Yeah. So Sugsun Prime was not here whenever I shaved the top of my foot right after we finished sharpening this thing. So Evasive Floppy Disk is a guy that collects the screenshots for the feet pics. Well, Blade Walker, I appreciate it. Your crimes against humanity have been noted. Eggs. It's time to pay. But yeah, we're going to keep going basically if you haven't been here for these before until the edges of these cuts start rolling and tearing more than they're cutting. So, yeah, when I worked at the University of West Georgia, like it was a college campus. And who the hell's Mr. M? But like I'd find cash on the ground, you know, 15 bucks here, 20 bucks there. Found a nice iPod on the ground. I found one of those Pandora bracelets with some beads on it. Found the silver necklace that I wore as a. Oh yeah, you're talking about Maxilla. I think he was here earlier. But hell, that Benchmade 9000 automatic. I had a Benchmade 9000 automatic that I was blowing leaves in an area that wasn't maintained, and it literally flew out of a pile of leaves. The tip was snapped off, so I took a bench grinder to it and put a new tip on it, and proceeded to abuse it until a spring broke. And when I took my kids and left the ex-wife, that thing was still sitting on the healing bench, never to be seen again. Oh, nice. That's a good find. Well, it was lost, and then someone found it. And even though I don't feel clean about plugging it, I'm going to. Right? If any of you guys do decide to drop a super chat, the super chat money right now is being saved up to pay for one of the nice electronic edge sharpness testers so that we can get more real-time data about this while it's happening. I think we're the one that we need to get costs about $250, and we're at around 90 right now. Oh no, you're good. Like there should be there's no pressure whatsoever. You know, it's just kind of one of those things that we're working on right now. And if someone does decide to throw a super chat out there, I'd rather have them know that it's going back into the channel. Oh, brother, I am a champion at edging. I could be edging right now. You don't know. You're not my real mom. I will say, with the flipper tab being down here, my knuckles aren't punching the top of this bench nonstop. That's nice. Yeah, so I woke up at 2 a.m. this morning to go to work, and I'm closing tomorrow, so I have to go to bed at around 2 a.m. It's another one of those days where I got to be up damn near 24 hours. Now, one thing that I did end up doing was put in for a transfer to a different store. And from what I've been told, other stores don't do this to your schedule. So as long as the transfer is approved, like that already been asked by our store manager told my department manager that there was an available spot there. So he asked me if I was interested, and I said yes, because I'd kind of lost my confidence in the promotion that should be coming up anytime. I got a really strong feeling someone else is going to get it. So my next best bet is moving to a new store and learning a new manager, learning a new store, all that stuff. So maybe next time that'll look good on my record. You know, you're not the first person that I have had shoot stuff out of their nose on the back of many of my jokes. I had one guy just made it a game. Every time I saw him, he something was shooting out of his nose sooner or later. I think we actually did do a cardboard slayer with the veiny knife. Like if you go look at the cardboard slayer aftermath playlist, that may be on there. That may actually be on there. Yeah, because here it is in the box. So that's a strong maybe. No, I see remnants of tape stuck on here. So yeah, we did do a cardboard slayer on this. Yeah, the Dick Vein knife. It's a space penis. Like aliens came down to the planet and just whipped this out. Like, hey, your computer software is not compatible with ours, so we couldn't send a picture. So here it is in real life. Well, Sugsum Prime, it's time for you to pick a figure out. We still got the Ninja, the Robot, Frankenstein, the Mummy, the Knight, the Alien, and the Scuba Guy. Oh, nice. But yeah, which one you want to pick out? We're going to lower the property value. All right, your options are the Ninja, Frankenstein, the Robot, the Mummy, the Knight, the Alien, or the Scuba Guy. And I don't know if I can actually keep going with this. This is actually starting to hurt really bad. So we may be rolling to an alternate knife here. All right, Scuba Guy. Ah, come on. Don't type it like that. That's how people get banned around here. But no, there's a lot of stuff like that we just don't play around with here. Like it might be kind of innocuous, but you let stuff like that slide, and that's how things get out of control. And I'm not having things get out of control. So yeah, I'm gonna give this a few more minutes, but if this gets any more chewed up, we're gonna switch knives. Everyone loves those figures. Come on now. So we got, you're talking about 01 tool steel? Because we actually did a knife that I made in 01 tool steel. It did all right, but I can't guarantee you that my heat treatment was all that good. Oh yeah, I definitely cannot keep going with this. No, this just hurts way too much now. Like, you see how chewed up that is now? Like, it wasn't hurting for a while, but Lord, it's bad now. The smallest one I got, I think, is about that long opened up. It's a little, it's either an SOG or a Gerber that was on sale for like $2 on Blade HQ when I was looking for something else. But I'm not going to get the smallest knife I have. I understand the comedic value of it, but it ain't happening. So what we're going to do is get the even crappier knife. You know, I got a feeling it's just going to turn into yet more callus right there. Yeah, that was 440. Like the edge started showing serious wear at an hour, at least the primary point of contact. We're going to get that gas station beauty out now. Another rainbow anodizing. But the pocket clip is tip up, which is the Lord's carry. So this to be 3CR13. So we got plenty of time for this. We're going to sharpen it first, though. Like it kind of cuts. Tell you what, we're just going to strop this. It's got some nice stuff going on with it. Mostly the handles right here. You got like a resin that's got a lot of pearl mica in it. And if I shot this with some clear lacquer, it would look amazing. I just wish this was on more stuff being made now, like more of the quality budget knives. That would be amazing. So I'm not going to break out the work sharp for this. We're just going to strop it. Although looking at the edge, it may have already gotten a run on the work sharp at some point in the past, and that's why it's as sharp as it is now. I mean, the blade shape's just for general cutting, you know, popping tape off of boxes, just stuff you'd use a pocket knife for. You know, you're not going to get the same amount of utility as, say, a drop point or something like that, but it'll take care of you for most everything. You know, if you got to, like, stick your tip in there and dig a hole or something like that, just the tip, you might struggle with that. But I believe this thing cost me $13 on eBay, new. And I do have a couple of those tiny paraframes. I know what you're talking about. I think mine are so small that they don't have pocket clips on them. Are they over here? Okay, at the moment, they're not right over there. All right, whatever. I don't know where I put them. You just brought a gun to a knife gun fight. Yeah, and if you haven't been around here before, I got like 5 strops that are all loaded with a finer and finer micron diamond paste that I got off of Temu. So if you're sharpening a knife, do yourself a favor, get you a strop and get you some kind of good compound to put on the strop. You know, a diamond emulsion spray is probably going to be better than a Temu diamond paste, but even the Temu diamond paste is still good. If you've got a good compound in your strop, your joke is bad and you should feel bad. Do what now? Jin does what? Did they just put that on the Amazon shop? Hang on a minute. We're looking at this. Punisher, I need a link to that knife, sir. Hey, I say Temu right. They say it wrong. Fuck that shit. I say it right. Temu says it wrong. They don't know what they're fucking talking about. No, I say it right. They say it wrong. Very nice. Punisher, I need a link to that Jin knife you were talking about. I don't see it on Amazon. I need to find out. Like, do me a favor, go ahead and send me that on Instagram real fast so I can check that out. Oh, yeah. She cuts. So, I've only got a couple of Rough Riders, but we did do Cardboard Slayer on this one, and it performed pretty well for such a cheap ass knife. Because this one cost me 10 American dollars. And this thing did really damn good for that price. If you can get them cheap, yeah, I'd say go for it. I do have when I hit 2,000 subs, unfortunately, it's continental US only, but I've got 4 knives I'm giving away at 2K. And I got my emotional support monster here. The fit and finish are surprisingly good on the ones that I have. I haven't seen anybody vocally complain about the fit and finish on them, but there's a channel called Tim School of Fish, and he went on a tear with Rough Rider knives for a while. You can go back and watch his older videos. He has unboxed and shown so damn many Rough Riders. All right, let's see if we got this thing shaving. It's shaving, but it's not happy to be doing it. Give me a second, I will hook you up. So like it's been a while since he's done a Rough Rider video. but he has unboxed a lot of them and checked them out. Punisher, thank you. I'm very interested in seeing what that's all about. All right, so we're gonna say 7:15 p.m. Eastern starting on this. Yes, it's got 3CR13 marked on the blade. But starting off, she cuts like a bucket of hot damn. Yeah, you're on that metric time. Well, that'll work too, just as long as I can check that out. I haven't handled a falcon knife, so I don't have any thoughts on it, unfortunately. That's one thing you'll learn. George Lynn, no, this is not the mermaid knife. I don't have the mermaid knife. I keep looking at it, but it costs more money than I want to spend for it. This is a $13 buckshot knife from eBay. And we got 3CR13 steel on it. Yeah, the one that we started with that started hurting too much to keep using also has the rainbow finish, which I was hoping we did one more rainbow finish like this earlier on, and this doesn't wear off. The finish doesn't wear off. I changed knives because that was starting to get really painful. Speaking of which, I need to check my email anyways. Oh, great. I can only check my knives, I guess, email on the phone that I set it up on. what? I did find it. If I would have known it was the Vaquero, I could have found it. Yeah, so what we're looking at is the kit to build that. Yeah. So for those of y'all that are new here, Gin Knives makes kits. You build your own knife with the kit. And they've sent me so far the Captain knife kit, the Chubby knife kit, two of their G10 knife kits, the Chubby G10 knife kit, and they sent me the new updated Captain knife kit with the acrylic scales to check out. So yeah, like they sent me this G10 knife making kit right here. We got the lockback knife kit right there, which is that one. They sent me two of each of those, so I gave one away. Yeah. So yeah, the Vaquero's added to my wish list. Um, so right now it's cooled off a bit. It's been raining nonstop. Thank God for small favors. Um, so, but about the gloves, part of the reason I do this is checking ergonomics long term. You know, if it does this to my hand, then that can tell you if you're using it for hard use, what it's going to do to yours. Um, Full fire is exactly right there. If you need gloves for a knife, they got something wrong. That means they didn't do their due diligence testing it out. We've only had a few where the ergonomics have been so bad that they had to be thrown out. And this thing is just the worst knife I've ever bought by a lot. It is god awful. I regret the money. I regret every penny I spent on this thing. However, if you're the first person to spot me and recognize me at Blade Show next year, this can be yours. You've got a point. That does look like a taser. And on the Olympics thing, I watched the Michael Phelps thing happen, and I watched the Usain Bolt thing happen. But other than that, the only Olympics I really sat down and watched was the 30th Olympics, because on TV they had it in Roman numerals, so it was the Triple X Olympics, and I was smashed out of my mind on painkillers watching that. I cannot tell you how hard I laughed at the equestrian events, and I cannot tell you how hard I laughed at the water sports. It was fucking amazing. You. I mean, there is a penalty for being the first one to recognize me, but other than that, you know, you might get a free hug and I'll be awkward for a couple minutes. It does not surprise me that it only aired in Europe. However, watching swarms of people get butthurt over that thing that they interpreted as making fun of the Last Supper has been amazing. Oh, dude, you're right. If we talk about the Olympics, the numbers might go up on the viewers. But yeah, just it's like the people that are freaking out and losing their shit about that thing that they think was making fun of the Last Supper. That has been amazing to watch. Sammy Nordyke, what's up? The power of YouTube compels you to buy a new knife. Ooh. So under $35. I think one of my all-time favorites under $35 is probably going to be the Olatan's T025. It's a small folder, but you get a titanium frame on it, and that thing is just really fucking good. Like, just across the board, really fucking good. Give me a second. Oh, shit. Well, the T025 isn't showing up now. But yeah, the T025 is not showing up on Amazon right now. That is a bummer. But what I am seeing here is they've got a new mini that's like $16 at the moment. But there's also the G040, which is a new one too. That's just showed up. But yeah, the T025 ain't showing up. Weird. Well, let me see if I can go to the Olatan store. Okay, so the G040 is a bigger version of the T025 with G10 instead of titanium for just under $20, which is actually, unless they mess that up somehow, that's going to be really good. Do we got a Mafio Bill in here? Mafio Bill, what's up? I have not handled the Cold Steel SR1. I think somebody in here might actually know more about that than I do. So, like I said, with the if I haven't handled a knife and used it, I don't like offering anything about it. Like, I don't know how Cold Steel does their HCR or anything like that. Sugsum, you don't have to go hey or yo every time you're fixing to ask something, man. You can just ask. Book. Oh God, Wartech is just as bad as the stuff we've been using all night here. So how much is that Cold Steel? Like, how much does it cost? Was it the SR1? Yeah, how much does the Cold Steel SR1 cost? That is an important question. Like, I like all of my Cold Steels except the 1911, but like one Cold Steel that I have, like $50 for HCR. Hang on. It's like $50 for an HCR 13 knife is going to be a hard pass. Like I would not spend $50 on HCR. Like I'm not that much of a snob, but unfortunately, the AD15 Lite is not still on sale on Amazon. Yeah, it might be just shy of a 1/4 inch thick, but it's still HCR 13. Full fire Zero, you shut your filthy pirate whore mouth. Anyone that buys the 1911, I'm going to find you and I'm going to shit in the sunroof of your car. Lou, how's it going? And Duzio Kowalczyk, I hope I pronounced that right, but you just walked in on some bullshit, man. If you don't have a sunroof, I own an AD10. I can make one. I will Joe X that shit. All right? It's going to be like someone laid a dead anaconda across the back seat of your car, over the top of the driver's seat, and into the footwell on the driver's side. All right, do you understand? All right, before I go to your house and do this, it's going to be 3 days of raw eggs and X-Lax. Sugsum Prime, you have no idea how shitty that knife is and how much we hate it here. Like, the only thing it's better than is the Sativian ST155. All right, that is a very low bar to crawl over. And it sucks because I like the design of the 19, but that blade steel is garbage. I think that might be the best. That might be the worst blade steel we've tested. Oh, like I think it's right there with those Ozark Trails from Walmart. JKP, what's going on? So we're discussing my hatred of the Cold Steel 1911 and my penchant for dropping the world's largest turd in someone's sunroof for recommending buying it. There should be penance for crimes against humanity like that. That's when the Geneva Convention becomes Geneva Suggestions. We're on a different knife from earlier because of focus. Focus, you fuck. That right there. Beaver Baron, what is up? Yeah, Dr. Disrespect Olympics, Taylor Swift, Mr. Beast. So Cold Steel made a knife called the 1911. Is it in the box of random crap? But we did a cardboard slayer on it, and I think it took about 45 minutes to wipe the edge out, if memory serves. I may have thrown it. Oh, yeah. So this here is the Cold Steel 1911. So named because this is a mock-up of a smaller version of the grips on a 1911. But this is a 4116 stainless, which is god awful. Oh no, I love the way it looks. I love the fact that it was designed after 1911 scales. I like that part. But this blade, Jesus Christ, they picked the worst possible steel for this. Like up until we put it through a cardboard slayer, I really liked it. And that's part of it. I love Cold Steel. This should have been better. This should have been better blade steel. So KO Knives can tell you a lot more about the 4116 than I can. It's just crap. Yeah. Sugs and Prime. I have not been high since 2010. Sir, I'm not sure what problem you're referring to. This thing is starting to hate these cuts a lot more than when we started already. Oh, so no, I mean, a lot of those guys are like single, chronically single, and you know, the only cure for them is a wood chipper. Yeah, see, 1095 can be great. I'm trying to remember. I don't think we've had a knife like, because it's hard to find a modern folder in 1095 anywhere. I don't think we've done that yet. But yeah, if you heat treat 1095 well, it can do so much good. Well, here's the thing. If you have enough tourniquets, you can put them in the wood chipper one piece at a time. So some of them are 4034 and some of them are 4116. Both steels are garbage for a daily driver folding knife. But yeah, like I would have to go back and look at the Cardboard Slayer Aftermath video for the 1911 and see just how bad it did. I do know it's one of the worst performances we've seen on anything here, and I expected a lot better from it. I don't mind assisted openers. They don't bother me at all, unless I've got one. It's the SOG Flash AT. It's an assisted opener with an axis lock. It is so hard to close that one-handed, especially when like it feels like you got to put your fingers in the path of the blade closing in order to have a secure grip on it, so it doesn't basically like you're closing it and it feels like it's going to just shoot out the top of your hand if you don't put your fingers right here while you're closing it. Very hard to operate an axis lock on an assisted opener. Why they did that, I don't know. Like somebody was looking at an axis lock and they're like, I'm drunk. Hey, you got to design this axis lock knife real quick. I can't. I'm watching my mom's OnlyFans, just making an assisted opener too. Boy, that'd be a hell of a clip taken out of context. Yeah, thankfully, like, you shouldn't have an assisted opener on an axis lock. Like, sorry, if you think an axis lock needs an assisted opener, this tells me you've spent time in the shower with your dad recently. Like, for fuck's sake, the point of having an axis lock is so you don't have to have an assisted opener or anything. You just flip it open and closed, and you know that's part of the problem with the Flash AT. Like, part of the problem with the Flash AT. I like the knife. All right, it's a good knife. Pain in the ass to close, but I can't sit there and do this with it, you know, nonstop. You know, you don't get the pleasure of doing that. I just, disappointment. So your assisted open fixie is just going to be a spring-loaded sheath for it. You get Kydex and you get springs. Remember the EK knife. You may want to provide more clarity there. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, that Flash AT, you can't open it with the axis lock. And when I first got it, like the unboxing time video on that, you can see me struggling to figure out what the fuck's happening. That had to go into a part 2 so I can figure out how the fuck to open that shit. Brother, I've never heard of that one. Oh no, like I got lucky, I guess, that I got my Bug Out CF Elite at exactly the right time, because $140 is the max. That is the maximum you should pay for a Bug Out in S30V. 140 should be the top. And no. As a matter of fact, talking about Tim's School of Fish, he went on a rant on his last video, or the next to last video, about how pissed off he was about a Benchmade OTF that had like a Gryvex for the handle or something similar. and the action being all gummy and everything. He's like, this is the worst knife I've ever bought. Like, the worst knife in the world. He's like, this is the worst knife ever made. And I chimed in, I'm like, you're not talking about the Sativian ST-155, so you're probably wrong. Well, wait a second. Oh, yeah. There's the tiny paraframe, and you're right. Pocket clip. Like, I swear to God, that Maxim Falcon looks like the Dollarco. And I was relatively sure I had it in here somewhere. I've got it around here somewhere. Yeah, no, the Tenacious is stupid. The only Spyderco that I have is the regular Tenacious that Rich over at Ace on Knives sent me. Okay, I would grab the Dollarco. I'm gonna look real quick and see if it's over here, easy to reach. Sorry guys, like I know I had that thing over here for something not long ago. But I can't find it now, so we're not going to keep fighting with it. Like, you would not believe the sheer scope. You would not believe the sheer scope of the mess my entire house is in. I can't find shit unless I put it in a pile somewhere and I know which pile it's in. Oh shit. This is what I'm saying. I spent like 20 minutes down here looking for my bag of lanyard beads, and it just turned up in the chair that I was looking for the fucking Dollarco in. Son of a bitch. I need to get in the shop and make some more. No, and see, like, I love promotional knives like that have, like, I love promotional stuff that has stuff like that on it. You know, it's just kind of neat to have that in the collection. And the thing is, years and years ago, stuff like that didn't used to be cool. Like, seriously, you know, it, like, stuff like that has kind of come into style as being cool now. It's like, you know, if you're wearing a shirt that, you know, a shirt from Coca-Cola, like a giveaway shirt or something like that, like you were going to get fucking clowned for that shit. Now, you know, it's quite fashionable and in style. And it's like, you pieces of shit, I crawled so you could run. You know what? I think we should put an edge on this and play with it for a little while too. Chris Reeve knives. I've only seen pictures of them, but from what I can tell, they are way too expensive and they got a fucking wait list on them. Not worth my time, money, or energy. And like the ones that I saw, like the Sebenza, it's like it looks like just another knife. The only thing cool about it is the wait list. And it's like, bro, I understand conspicuous consumption is a thing. However, I don't like participating in that side of it. You know, if I buy something expensive and flashy, it's because I happen to think it's particularly cool, but not because it's the cool thing to have. You know, not because it's flashy and I buy it. How to put it? Like if I buy something expensive, it's because I like it as a thing. You know, it's because I like it, not because it's, you know, not because it's the thing to have. Like I don't give a shit how fashionable or cool or popular it is. It's just whether or not I personally like it. And y'all believe me, the day before yesterday, we had to come to grips with how broke we actually are. So I am on a knife buying hiatus myself for a good while. You know, that was the thing with the fund for the Cold Steel Mayhem. That fund may end up getting used for bills instead, and then I won't be able to save up for it. Now, what the hell was I about to say? I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those things. I'm pretty upfront with what I got going on, and I would love to have the kind of money to just buy the next hype knife that drops. Like I know Metal Complex ain't buying all those fucking knives itself. I'm pretty sure they got like a bit of a network going where, you know, either companies are going to send them stuff to check out. You know, either guys are getting sent stuff to check out by the company, or these guys, someone's getting the nice one and then they're sending it around so that they can all get a shot at doing a video on it. I guarantee you something like that's happening with that. And Lou, are you saying you love this knife? Because I'll be totally honest. For a $13 knife, even though it's 3CR13, it's not that bad. Yeah, I mean that's the cool thing with Gen Knives is they send me stuff to check out, and I'm definitely going to shoot Emma an email and just say, hey, why didn't you tell me about the Vaquero? Like, because I know I sent a. Like I know I sent an email checking to see if I actually have a discount code for those things right now. I know the last time when I was doing the Captain knife kit, they gave me a discount code for the Captain. But I forgot to ask when they first got sent. But next time I talk to them, I'm just gonna say, hey, I saw the Vaquero. That thing looks amazing. Maybe they'll send one, maybe they won't. But oh, sorry, that sounds like you may have found your knife. Jack Rex, welcome, man. I don't know about cool, but we have fun. But yeah, the next time I email Jen, this will be like, hey, I just saw the Vaquero. That thing looks awesome. Maybe they send one. I'd love to get my hands on that thing and take a look at it. But if not, I don't know when I'll be able to buy it because, again, like we just had to come to terms with just how broke we are. What's today? Saturday? On Friday. So Jack Rex, you just got here. So it's been a few minutes. You get to pick a figure out. So we've got the Ninja, the Grim Reaper, the Robot, the Knight, the Mummy, and the Alien left to pick from. Pick one of those guys out. We'll lower the property value again. Yeah, one guy we're missing is Love Z. Like, don't know where he's at for this one, but waiting to find out how he got stabbed most recently. I'm sure he's gotten stabbed sometime in the last 2 weeks. He has to have. I said, I may have the good fortune of him sending me one. I don't know. I don't think he's one of Love's alt accounts. Dr. Disrespect Olympics, Taylor Swift, Mr. Beast. Bring some people in. I don't know, the viewer count on this one's been staying, I mean, you get to pick one of them. Just, let's say you got the Ninja, the Robot, Frankenstein, the Knight, the Mummy, and the Alien to pick from. Help us, Scientology. You're the only one that can save us. Actually, the viewer count on this one's been a good bit lower than normal. Like, we can normally hover around 19 to 25, but we ain't been getting that tonight. Okay, Robot it is. There we go. It's like, what the hell has John Travolta got to do with anything? But then again, I can't believe like John Travolta is somehow still like anything. Sorry, after he's like, we don't believe in medicine and let his kid die from a seizure, he can fuck all the way off. Bro, again, man, if you're trying to get banned, man, you're on the fast track. It's just like, I don't understand how people willingly join that and pay money for it and put up with it. Like, I don't understand how that works. Lou, I appreciate you being here, man. Hey, come on, proofread what you're typing, man. Like I said, I mean, there's, yeah, I believe John Revolta is a Scientologist. As a matter of fact, I know he is. It's part of why he just let his kid have a seizure and die instead of getting him help. Matter of fact, I think Scientology was part of what was behind Will Smith slapping the shit out of Chris Rock. I don't know. I haven't seen anything about that, Punisher. This is kind of where you probably know more than I do. Like we're getting into that territory with it. Okay, so what do we have interesting to cut off? Trust me, brother, the older you get, the more and more and more people you see die. Yeah, I mean, this happens where we're a little over 3 hours in now. I don't even remember what time it was when I started with this thing. So no, if Jada Pinkett Smith was higher ranking in Scientology, which she might be, then she was able to basically make him go do that. And the other thing too is something that I heard, but I don't know how reliable it is if you are higher rank in Scientology than someone else is, you can just haul off and hit them to correct their behavior if it's something you don't like. That's it. Yo, what the hell? You can't tell me this edge is this bad already. Bro, dude, seriously, you're running out of warnings here. That's it. We don't do that shit here. Well, basically, yeah, that would be why she would just straight up dog walk Will, and that's why she interviewed him on TV about the affair. Karen Sherry, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. But yeah, that's basically how she was able to interview him on TV about how he felt about the affair she was having with her son's friend. You know, it's just that whole thing is weird because I promise you, there's no way in hell I'd be caught dead doing that shit. Like, I have dealt with a wife having an affair, but I promise you, my response to that was nowhere near as submissive. The God of my understanding just saw fit to put the right people in the right place at the right time to prevent some extreme violence from happening. It's not necessarily about the singular married part. It's just I made a bad choice in someone to marry. Like I made a really bad call there. Brother, I don't think that was about initiation. Me with knives, I believe they're already fully initiated and indoctrinated and have been for a long time. Like I said, oh yeah, but like there's still some other weirdness going on there in the background. I think this thing is crapping out and it's been what, an hour? Does anyone remember when we brought this out and sharpened it? I think it's been like an hour now. Yeah, because I mean, the cardboard is in good enough shape to cut pretty cleanly. So yeah, we got like exactly an hour, and we're kind of starting to see. I don't know. Yeah, we're starting to see some bad cuts at like the 1 hour mark. Like it's hanging on for dear life, but since it has been an hour, I'm gonna get the forbidden moonshine out. We're gonna get rid of the tape residue, and then we'll see whether or not it'll cut paper. Oh, it is It is definitely some cut finder. Of that, there is no doubt. You can always tell how well your cuts are healed up off it too, which, believe it or not, all the small cuts I had have pretty much healed up. But see how bad it is on here. Oh, I learned nothing. I will still test it out on cuts. Because we need to know how well my cuts are healed. Because Punisher, you may forget, but I have checked several cuts with the Forbidden Moonshine since then. Oh, Lord. Thankfully, I haven't taken a cut in that area in quite a while. The worst ones I get now is I'll take a paper cut from the edge of cardboard under a fingernail and it'll start bleeding. I cannot tell you how bad that feels. I can't. So yeah, we're going to say this one is on its way out the door now after an hour, but this is 3CR13, so what do you expect? Punisher, you have no idea how small of an inconvenience it takes to make me start swearing like that. All right? You have got no clue. 1977 alive and kicking. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. So, we're going to take this thing and we're going to put an actual edge on it and play with it for a while. And since that thing has got that fucking enormous deal breaker flaw in the center of it, we're just going to put a fast and dirty edge on it. Where did I set that thing? Oh, right there. All right, full fire. Or no, who? Punisher, are you leaving? All right. Hopefully, we'll see you before it's over. Let's throwing sparks because we got high carbon steel here. We got 15 and 20 and something hardenable. It might have been a chunk of mower blade. It might have been 1095. I honestly don't remember at this point. It has been years since I failed on this one. Brother, I am not taking my pants off to show you the chunk. I appreciate your optimism, but no. Hey, you're the one that asked for it, dude. I wouldn't say a knife. It's more for blunt force than it is for cutting. Just saying. Like, let's just put it this way. All right. I tried putting a bag of ice on my crotch to cool off when the AC first went out, but that was like putting a postage stamp on a basketball. Okay. You follow me? Um, your extra Civivi screws might be in Punisher's truck waiting to come down from Virginia. So just remember, guys, we kind of do and we kind of don't care about this knife as much as my heart's still broken about it. I don't even know if I hate treated it. I'm going to be honest. I'm pretty sure I did to get the contrast out of the Damascus, but I honestly couldn't tell you for sure. I'm not dragging the dark tide here down here to beat on it. That was a present from the wife. No, but if you don't know, some years back I made this. Matter of fact, you can kind of see right there, a little bit of proof. But while I was making this thing and grinding it to final shape, which really sucks because I had like 9 hours tied up in making the Damascus billet for it. Which, for powering through it with a hand hammer and no press, 9 hours isn't that damn long. First time I tried to make raindrop Damascus, like highest layer count I'd ever done, but I did not cook it long enough to get the heat all the way to the center. Like, I know what I did wrong. It just it sucks. So it's been sitting around gathering dust for years. Haven't had a reason to put an edge on it. And it's not just that. Like, I've made so many like not good knives. This one was coming along better than anything else I've made. Like, it was starting to come out exactly how I wanted it. For once. Yeah, I was just edging and you didn't say anything. Nerd. The unboxing knife's on the other side of the room. At some point, I need to do Cardboard Slayer with that. I do. I don't know when, but I need to. Like, I got that knife from a guy in a Walmart parking lot. So, Fook, what the hell were you doing in a coma? That's a dumb place to be. Whoo! Again, it's upstairs, man. I ain't going to chase stuff down right now. At some point soon-ish, I'll get around to carrying that Lightning OTF to see how it does. I don't know when, but at some point. So yeah, I don't know if you're here for this spook, but we put an edge on this guy finally. We got ourselves a nice mirrored out edge. And the cutting geometry is not what I want it to be because I didn't even finish grinding the bevels in. Like it'll cut paper, it'll shave and all that, but like this right here with the edge with the primary bevel being as short as it is, starting right here on a piece of steel even this thick, means it's going to be cutting more like a wedge than anything else. You might be able to see the bevel right here. I was going to walk it back farther up and really get this thing dialed in, but I didn't really get to because, this delamination showed up. Because like this was also supposed to be thinned out across here. Like you can see where the my stamp went a little bit deep on there because you got that black outline around it. So you got to grind it a little bit farther down to get past all that, and then make the maker's mark stand out loud and proud. Bro, I promise you, you got one more time. One more time. I done said something about it too many times. Like food, keep an eye on that. You have carte blanche. Bro, I have said something to you about that every time, and you're still doing it. Like, not in this stream, man. Somebody else would be cool with it, not me. Like, I know you're doing that on purpose. I don't know why exactly outside of trying to get a rise out of me, but nah. Man, if Punisher was still here, we could let him get his first one. Yeah. With it being unfinished, man, that cutting geometry is not great. All right, what have we not wasted our time on tonight? Let me scroll back up. I don't know, he didn't say where he was going, but he had to roll. Yeah, the count's down, but I'm trying to push out and get some extra time here and really run this in. And of course, now that I'm energized and I'm still feeling decent this far in, every knife we grab's a piece of crap. Yeah. Yeah, we just got some trolling going on, and it ain't cool. Let's see, what the hell else can we do? See, we've done the Walmart knife, we've done the Kershaw. And if you want to see why I I was as disappointed as I was by the Camillus Keto. You know, I think this is I'll look up the price on it, but it's way too much. Like this is like a it's like a $10 knife on a good day. But the choff right here, you know, even though it's got a weak detent, you know, this thing's still outside of that detent is actually a really good little carry, especially for an abused and abandoned knife. And I think I spent like 13 bucks on this. You know, like how is this significantly better than this? I don't get it. Like now we're just talking about stuff. But like I'm hoping this one turns out to be actually decent because I like the way this thing looks. Like I want it to be decent. At some point I'm gonna get to carrying it. Like it's kind of weird. Like I have so much stuff piled up to carry right now that it's like I like the way this looks, and maybe I'll carry it sometime in the next month. Well, right now we have burned through 2 knives that crapped out very quick. Now we're just kind of killing time until I figure out what's next. But I am going to take this apart and see if I can tighten that detent up a little bit since we're all here. Yeah, I'm getting artifacts on my my alt here too. I don't know what's happening. So let's see what we got on the inwards of this thing. Yeah, we got a steel liner here, but I have no idea what's holding this thing on. Okay, there we go. So we got some nylon washers in this bad boy. All right. Now, I'm disassembling the Camillus Choff. You know, I was talking about why, like, I genuinely like this thing. This is a cheap knife, but it carried well. It worked well. I know the blade steel's cheap. I'm going to look and see how much I paid for this. It's just got a bad detent. It's really weak, but it blows that damn Camillus Keto out of the water. Okay, so what I just did was took it apart and I flexed the frame lock on it. And this frame lock, the steel on this frame lock is really soft. I will give it credit where it's due. But I did get it thoroughly centered. This liner is weird. And well, yeah, so Teflon washers, they are a sign of cheap, but if you're in an environment where there's a lot of dirt and a lot of nasty stuff going on, like you're just doing a lot of really nasty, filthy work, then they are there to do what you need to do, you know, and hold up in a way that bearings wouldn't. But then a lot of times those are phosphor bronze and not nylon. Like, I'm not that bothered by nylon washers as long as it functions smoothly. Well, I'll tell you what, man, this is a weird thing to take apart and put back together. Soxum, I'm not sure why people ask that repeatedly, but again, I'm at that age where there isn't a favorite color. But I don't know why the pivot wouldn't tighten down on this, but we just got a shitload of blade rattle. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're looking to see if we can move the detent over a little bit and get it to fire open a little better. Nope. Yeah, that's the only thing with this. It's like the detent's really weak. Like, you can preload it as hard as you want. That's all you get. Eh. Like, it is opening a little better than it was, but no, like, God, what the hell was I got? Like, I know exactly who you're talking about, too. What the hell was his name? It was something something. I know it was 2 words. It wasn't Jason Beecher, was it? I don't think it was Jason Beecher. I don't think it was Tyler. Yeah, I mean, that's just the detent sucks on this. Eh. All right, so current price. Wow, the chop has gone up to $21. What the hell did I pay for it? Yeah, when I ordered this thing, it was $12.99. Where the hell did I just put it? Yeah, the choff was $12.99 when I ordered it. And the Keto, this thing right here is $29. I don't know. I think all of my knives spiritually are the most knife. But yeah, like this is, it's not even as good as the $10 Harbor Freight Gordon knife, the gold standard for all cheap knives. You know, this shouldn't have been more than like 12 bucks. And as far as quality of life and carry comfort and all that, this thing destroys it, but it's gone up to 21 bucks from 13, which is a bit of a shame. All right, Camillus Horizon. So I'm getting the Camillus Rovax, the EDC3, so I'm not seeing the Horizon on Amazon. Give me a second to chrome it. Okay, so I see what I'm smoking. What you're rolling here with the Camillus Horizon. Kind of wish it showed up on Amazon now. However, there is a Axis lock. They're calling it the CUDA lock. Okay. I understand the term Axis lock is patented, but Jesus Christ, the names these guys are coming up with to make sure they're not violating that is kind of hilarious. Yes, I mean that is interesting. Yeah, the Camillus Horizon, like part of the problem is like I can't buy it right now. Like I can't buy anything right now. So I'm going to forget the Camillus Horizon exists about an hour after we shut this live stream down, which is part of why I go to Amazon so much, so I can put it on the wish list and have it there. That's a bummer, because I'd like to check that out at some point. You know, that got me in the ooh shiny, but so the Keto can go in the box for future live streams. Now, see, calling it the Camillus Horizontal, that's safe. We're okay with that here. That's going in the right direction. But yeah, so like I've still got the nice guy here to carry, which I am looking forward to that. This thing feels so damn good. Like Kaiser has kind of stepped their game up a bit. And then I've got this Fox Edge from Battle Box to carry, which I can tell you right now, unless the blade turns out to be amazing, this is definitely some cheap gas station grade stuff. Like Battle Box is not sending out good folding knives. We got the Camillus Cirque. We've got the Sencut Slashkin to carry. And the Jade makes me wish this was clear. we've got the Rosecraft Pocket Monster to carry, which I'm looking forward to this. These things do not have a great factory edge on them, but this thing looks like it's going to be a good carry, but I don't know how well I'm going to handle this little real estate on the blade with this huge choil. That, like when I'm cutting plastic off of pallets, the plastic tends to go off the end here and get caught up in the choil. So I got to be really careful with that. Yeah, I mean, the choil is kind of what sells it for me. I'm looking forward to that. Like, I've got one of these to give away at 2K as well. I've got one of the Pocket Monsters. I've got one of the Castorias, like this one, to give away. A little bit nicer example than mine, but we do have a Castoria to give away. Our other battle box knife, the Revo Canyon, I think, which also it reeks to high hella cheap. I think this is a 4CR14 blade, which I am looking forward to trying out on Cardboard Slayer after I carry it. Suggs and Prime, when we hit 2K, you got to enter the giveaway to see if you get it. We got the... Damn it, my hands ain't working now. But we got the Ka-Bar Becker BK40 to play with. Looking forward to this one too. Like, the action on this is uncomfortably tight. And it looks like it might have come with a wire pocket clip, but this one is not wire, which I would have loved to have had the wire pocket clip on it. We've got the Petrified Fish Beluga to check out, which this is also one I'm looking forward to. Like, this tickles 3 or 4 of my fancies. And of course, we all know the 4MAX Scout. This thing's been through it. Still like it now that I fixed the edge. Yeah, if anyone's sending anyone pizza, that's a for me. Yeah, I probably need to throw this GVDV in the box too, just to see how it holds up. Like, and honestly, if the thumb plate, like, y'all see this thumb plate, right? If I close it, the thumb plate is the exact width of the knife. Like, it's not even as wide as the scales. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but it's kind of hard to open like that, and the thumb plate's your only option. Like, I get it. It looks pretty slick, but I think we need to throw this in there and see how it does. Because the live stream box is starting to look a little thin. We done thinned the soup out, boys. Lou, what's up? Oh no, this channel is all about being broke. Broke people entertaining broke people. Do I have more stuff I can throw in that box? Like, I'm tempted to throw this in there, but I don't want to have to sharpen it afterwards. Like, I genuinely do not want to sharpen this. And this is another one that's like hella overpriced. Like, I picked it up for 40 bucks. For 40 bucks, I'm okay with it. I don't think it's worth a penny more than 40 bucks. Part of that is, like, it's a single action OTF. And if you don't have big hands, you're not doing this one-handed, because you got to reach all the way back here to launch it, and then reach all the way up here to press this safety before you can close it. Like, this is just a weird design. I think this is endemic to a bunch of single actions, but Yeah, I don't like opening and closing it. Yeah, what do you think about yours, man? Like I said, I got it for $40. I don't think it's worth a penny more than that. Let me see. Okay, so the retail on that is $75, but there are places selling it for like 40. Like Schrade's website. I think we are done with the cardboard. Like we done blown through 2 knives, sharpened another one, found out that because I didn't get to finish it, it's not great. Um, and we got about I don't know 10 minutes left here, and then we can kind of wrap things up. Like I kind of wish we would have gotten a good knife that I could really spend the time on, but it is what it is. You know, we always take our time to wrap things up, but I think Blade HQ has one of the Vipers. Next live will probably be Thursday. No, like if you can get one for dirt cheap and you're okay with the single action on it, um, it's not too bad. But yeah, like honestly, like you really got to two-hand this if you don't have big hands. But yeah, like I will let you guys know. I will make a post in advance of when the live stream's gonna be. And just so you guys know, I just got my first kill. Sugsum Prime is hidden. He is no longer allowed to message here. So I got in on it. Well, it's irregularly scheduled. However, like I close tomorrow night, I close Tuesday, and I close Wednesday, and then I'm off Thursday and Friday. So Thursday is going to be my next opportunity, which I think I'll be able to do that, but I want to let it get a little bit closer to the day of before I start making announcements. Because like I really was not happy about not being able to go. What was it? Wednesday night or something like that. I don't remember now. But yeah, like I'm seeing weird artifacts show up on mine, but I also that's weird. Like I'm getting artifacts on mine, but I'm on the Wi-Fi. Oh, COVID's a treat. I missed out on a full day of extra pay last year on Thanksgiving because our assistant department manager came in sick and gave everybody COVID. Yeah, I need to take a look at my schedule and see. Matter of fact, I can check it now. Yeah, like I hate that I missed out on Thursday. Oh no, it's like I'm not gonna. Like, I'm not actually going to check my schedule here. Weird. Well, dude, you missed out. We had this TAC Force garbage here that took about 2 hours to get wiped out. And then we had this buckshot garbage in 3CR13 that took an hour to wear out. We finally threw an edge on this thing and found out because I didn't finish the grind on the bevels, it cuts like a hatchet. And then we've been kind of sitting here shooting the shit. And yeah, I got my first kill. I was leaving him here for you, Punisher, but he just kept pushing. So I was like, all right, bye. Cause yeah, like I think you were here earlier. We just kept warning him, and I gave him too many chances. And it's like, all right, well, you're out of chances, bud. Time to go bye-bye. You got to remember. Focus, you fuck. We got that giant delamination right there. That means we can't grind on this anymore. Like we really can't remove any more metal from that. It's toast. Which again, that sucks so much. That is just so disappointing. I'm going to say I'm disappointed by this every time. Well, yeah, I mean, I spent 2 afternoons making a 91 layer raindrop Damascus, and this is what we got. Like, I didn't let it cook long enough before I set that last weld. That's all that went wrong there. I did not let it cook long enough. You know what? It's been thrown around the shop, and it's been left sitting in the corner long enough to start rusting. Like there is a nice band of rust right there, and more rust right there. So it sat for long enough. Well, we've never done a raindrop Damascus. No, that was it. We did those 2 knives, and then we played with this one, and then I kind of showed off, what I still have left to carry. And now I'm just sitting here because the portable, yeah, the Damascus hammer, God. And the thing is, like, you never got familiar with James Davis, but he had his episode on Forged in Fire, and unfortunately, they put him on an episode with Paul Pinto, so he really didn't have a fighting chance on that one. But he was going to do a Damascus hammer with me. I was going to bring the materials over, and we were going to make it. I had a stack of stuff in the truck, and he decided he didn't want to do it because he didn't have a way to grind it afterwards. I was like, bro, I got you. Like, I can make this happen. We just need to get the billet made. And he didn't want to. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, like, he hasn't shown up in a while. He hasn't been here in a while. But yeah, we were gonna make a Damascus hammer. We had the materials for it and all that, and he decided at the last second he didn't want to do it. And it's like, press. Like, all I needed to do was press the billet. I can take it from there. I can make at least a hammer. It might not be a great one, but I just need the Damascus. Well, Tyler only dropped by and asked questions for about 30 or 40 minutes and then vanished, and I don't know where he went. Like, I don't know. Like, and then we'd have Love Z asking questions, but he asked like the same 4 questions over and over again on every single stream. I don't know why he wasn't here unless we made fun of him too much last time and he kind of just wandered off. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Like, I'm okay on my end, but he might be. Oh, nice, Lou. Yes, the AC is still awaiting parts. The wife is gonna call and just like find out, do we just not have parts or what's happening on Monday? So we'll see what happens there. Like, I'm assuming the part just hasn't come in, which sucks ass. But thankfully, we've been catching a break with the weather here, so we've been able to stay okay with the fans in the window and all that shit. But yeah, it's still definitely suboptimal. Like, I tried to raw dog the temperature down here in the basement, and I couldn't do it for long, and I had to go get the portable AC and load it up with blocks of ice. Okay, so we were dealing with basically 5CR15. Yeah, the saga of the truck is coming to a close. And I'm also really disappointed. Before we had the whole sit down and confront how broke we actually are deal on Friday, NAFS had a sidewalk sale. And that would have been a $25 lander with some badass scales for $2. But it took me too many minutes to make the decision to actually pull the trigger on it, and it was in my cart, and then it was no longer in my cart. Whenever I opened it back up, it was like, I don't know, 10 minutes of debate, and they're all sold out. They were Blims for $25, so that's not happening. But I kind of wanted a lander. But part of why I stalled on it too is I've got so much shit left to chew through. I've still got knives upstairs waiting to be carried. I've got all the stuff that's sitting down here right now. You know, I got to mail out those 2 giveaway knives. So I was like, yeah, money's not a thing that I have right now. But I tell you what, guys, it seems like a good place to start to wrap things up. I am wiped out now. Like, I was super energized, and I'm already starting to get all fuzzy headed. Yeah, I need a PO box, but that's also another monthly expense I can't handle. That's going to want to be one of those things that's kind of crowdfunded. I'm not sure how to go about it, but you know, we're supposed. Yeah, that's the thing. If they didn't cost money, like, I tried looking at the UPS store for a box because those are the ones that are closest to me that I'll actually stop by. The post office, the next closest post office to the house is just a pain in the ass to get to and get back out of. But I'll probably have to go in there and ask about that and maybe set that up. Like, it'd be nice if I had the financial freedom to just throw it on a credit card, but you know, we're working on fixing that right now. We'll see if that goes anywhere. Um, yeah, it's again, like I can promise you, me stopping by the post office to pick anything up is going to be incredibly irregular. All right, Fook, have a great night. And yeah, I thought about Patreon too, but like, you know how many people say that to me? They don't even know my taste in women and they say that shit. Like, I get that a lot. Um, no, I'll be honest. The first thing we're getting as soon as we can finish crowdfunding it is going to be that edge sharpness tester. Like, that is what we are going for right now. Like, we're about $90 in on that right now. So eventually we'll get there. But that is our first order of business. The PO box. I'm going to find out what kind of cost that's going to incur at some point here. But even then, the amount of stuff people are going to send in, like I may never actually get around to looking at it, or it may be like 6 months before I can get to it. And like I'm still not mentally okay with putting someone through that because it's like I get it, you send it, you want to see it, but it may be like 6 or 8 months before I get around to it. And then it's also like nice. I know that song, but I can't remember where the fuck it's from. It's been so long since I've heard that phrase. Um, but you know, and that's also don't ever send me anything you want back too, because a lot of people are like, "Here, you can borrow this." No, I do not want to borrow a thing because I know myself. I won't get it sent back, and right now I can't afford to send shit back anyways. Oh, speaking of which, Wilderness. Out of curiosity, does your spot have like remote work positions for stuff like for people that don't have a ton of experience on that yet? Because the wife's starting to look at work from home stuff, but you know, if I can find some leads first, that may help us out a lot. Yeah, it's just trying to figure like that'll probably wind up being in the channel description. That's not a bad idea. That was kind of along the same lines of what I was thinking. But yeah, like it's just one of those things. Like I don't want the responsibility of sending anything back. That's kind of why, you know, I haven't jumped in on any of those traveling knife deals. Or I know the like when I first started the channel and first started doing long form content, I fell in with like Tim School of Fish, Randy's WSG, Terry's Knives and Man stuff. Those guys, and they had a box of knives that they were sitting around where it's like the box shows up, you can go through it, do whatever you need to with the knives, and then you can take one out as long as you put one back in there. And that seemed kind of interesting, but they were almost all traditionals. It's like I don't want the responsibility of mailing that back out. Like I will lose track of that, or I will procrastinate to the point where it's been like months when it should have been out. Like you know, after a couple of weeks, and just you know, I know myself well enough to know that'll be a problem. Which sucks, but I'm like a world class procrastinator. Like I can't get off my ass to do anything, which is part of why like the house is a disaster, the yard's a disaster. Um, you know, especially after I got really fucking sick and damn near shit myself to death. The yard got out of control, and now it's so overwhelming. Um, you know, it's so overwhelming that I can't do anything about it now. Like I got to wait till we get a freeze just so I can go in there and cut everything up because like the backyard is now mostly poison ivy. I am scared to fucking death. I'm gonna find a yellow jacket nest in there somewhere. Like I don't even want to walk in the backyard now. You know, and you combine the tendency to procrastinate with my level of exhaustion from my schedule just shifting so damn much. You know, like going into work, um, you know, getting up at 2 a.m. to go to work for the last 3 or 4 working days, and then getting swung into closing right on the heels of that. messes you up so bad. You know, I woke up at 2 a.m. today. I need to be starting to put myself down. Um, I got to start putting myself down for the night at 2 a.m. So it's basically being awake 24 hours, then sleeping like shit because you're on your awake time schedule. Like, it's fucking brutal. Like, I know there's no need for it because other stores, like, their team leads will have one opening for a few weeks, one closing for a few weeks, one mid for a few weeks, and then rotate them. Yeah, like, if I go in the back, like, I can handle everything back there with a lawnmower once I pull all the dead branches out of the yard. But, like, the yard has now become just infested with poison ivy, so I can't really do anything with that until it freezes, anyways. Um, and it's just, again, with so many branches and so much shit that hasn't been touched in like a year or two now, there's really high likelihood there's a yellow jacket nest in there somewhere. And I already found a sweat bee nest in the front yard when I was cutting that. And I dumped gasoline down that and threw a trash can lid on it. That was like a month ago now. That trash can lid's still out there. Like, it's nuts. Like, it's gotten so out of hand that I don't know how to get it back under control in a reasonable amount of time with the little bit of energy I have. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if the wife can find a work from home job that she can handle and she can get comfortable with, that should free up some money where we can start looking at getting stuff like that dealt with for us. But she's got to find that job and kind of get going on that. And I know, like, since she has no starting point, like, no real leads on something where, she can go in there and have like an answer ready to go, it may take her a little while. But yeah, small bites. Yeah, the small bites I can take are still too small. Like, we had on the side of the house, just entire ass trees grow up that I've cut down a couple of times now. But like, going out there and Ramzilla 79, what's up? Yeah, my weekend was okay. I've just opened at work Saturday and Sunday now. But like, getting the trees cut down from where they were and then broken down and hauled off to a corner where we can dump stuff like that, and then loading the stumps down with stump killer and doing all that, that was my whole day right there. That used to be back when I was doing landscape maintenance for a living. That would have been a very, very small job. And now that was my whole last damn day right there. When I was done, I was just like, nope, I ain't doing anything for the rest of the day. I'm going to go lay down. Yeah, Ramzilla, you missed the fun. Like, we went through a cheap Tag Force knife that lasted about 2 hours on a brand new edge. And then we went in on a buckshot knife in 3CR13 that lasted an hour on that edge before it crapped out. So we've been kind of hanging out and killing time talking about knives and everything else. Yeah, well, it's again, like, I've got to go in there and pull all the branches out. And one of the last times I was moving branches out of something like that, I got fucking swarmed by yellow jackets. So I'm like, I don't want to mess with that until it's cold enough to freeze the ground and run the insects off. Yeah, it's still like, I know how to kill poison ivy. All right, you just basically get you some strong weed killer and you mix it a little bit hot, and then you add a few tablespoons of dish soap to your sprayer before you start spraying. That'll get rid of it in 1 or 2 treatments. But you got to get that dish soap in there. I got plenty of experience on that end, but I do not want to go in that yard and get swarmed by yellow jackets. Like, I'm not cut out for that. But one of the reasons we stopped with that first knife too is you can see what it did to my hand right there. Like, it absolutely nuked it. Thankfully, that's all callus right there from Thankfully, that's all callus right there from other Cardboard Slayer sessions, so it doesn't really hurt, but it was starting to get really uncomfortable. Yeah, the first time that happened to me, I got stung 14 or 15 times before I could get indoors. The second time, it was like 8. The third time, it was like 5, but still, like, oh yeah. Nah, this thing did a number. It did do a number on me. And it probably could have still kept cutting for a while, but my hand just wasn't having it anymore. And it started off pretty comfortable. It just, once it started chewing it up, it really went to town on it. Ramzilla, thank you so much. I think my next live will probably be on Thursday. But no, it's just this right here. So you got jimping right here, and just about all knives, the gap between the liners always gets me. It normally gets me through here, and like basically just a line right through here. And this time that jimping bit in right here on top, like the part that normally gets chewed up right here, not a problem. But this jimping did a number on this part of my finger right here. Well, no, me with knives, that's the thing. All right, when you put dish soap in your weed control, that basically turns it into plant napalm. So you'll have what's called a surfactant, and what that does is it helps it stick to the plant, and you get your weed controls. They'll start with a contact kill on the surface, then they start killing at the roots, and they circulate into the plant through the roots and kill from the inside. So you got that's why you have a weed killer called 3-Way. That's why it's got that name. It's funny, but that's why it got that name. But when you add the dish soap, you add a bunch of extra surfactant to it, so it extends that contact kill for a lot longer. And when you got stuff like poison ivy, yeah, when you got something like poison ivy where it's got a waxy coating on it that you got to get through, you have to add the extra surfactant to it. I mean, yeah, I sprayed yards for a living for about 5 years there, doing Scott's Lawn Service, same thing True Green Chem Lawn does. And, one of the guys that did a commercial route said something about dish soaps. It's like, you know what, I'll try it. And, because you'd have a lot of weeds that came up that you couldn't do anything about. You had to get a backpack sprayer out and spray down. And a lot of times we do free service calls. So one weed pops up in the yard and a customer calls, you get sent out there no matter how far away it is. Does not count towards your daily production. It just eats up a shitload of your time. So I'd have my backpack sprayer mixed up with my own special blend of Hunch Punch, and I'd throw just a huge squirt of dish soap in there and shake it up so that I wouldn't have to go back for a second service call. And by being proactive with that, I had the cleanest fucking route in the entire branch. Like, they sent the commercial guy out to do my route one day because he was out of stops. He's like, dude, there was maybe like enough weeds to fill your hand on the entire damn route. It's like, yeah, that's what I do. It's just that job was a nightmare from the ground up. Like, when they laid me off, I was so fucking relieved that I forgot that I had bills for about 3 days. So yeah, it's just wilderness bushcraft. What kind of weeds are you trying to kill behind your shed? That is a good question. What kind of weeds are you trying to kill? Charlie Don't Surf indeed. I've seen that movie once. I regretted not seeing it for so many years before I finally did watch it. But I don't remember the exact composition or the generic name for it. But you got a crabgrass killer. It's like the was it 3M? Their version of it. They call it Drive 75. You can buy that. I think I bought it on Amazon. But I would take that stuff and mix that up in a normal dose. And then the Weed B Gon, either Weed B Gon, Trimec, or 3-Way, Like Trimec is the best for regular ground weeds, the stuff that is a fairly easy kill, but I'll mix those two together and then I'll throw a bunch of dish soap in there and shake that up real good. And okay, so Joseph Garcia, I do not have AC yet. I have got my cooler with the duct fan full of blocks of ice sitting next to me right now. But poison ivy, do you have grass or anything growing around that poison ivy? Or is it just in that section where you got pine straw? But Weldon Carey, what's up? Okay, so vegetables being there is going to make your shit a lot more challenging. You don't want to be putting weed control on your vegetables. Like the kind of stuff you're going to spray for poison ivy to get it strong enough to kill the poison ivy is going to hurt your vegetables. Weldon Carey, dude, 200 subs is awesome. But if you're asking about that right there, that's an old cut. Now, if you're just spraying the fence and it's not getting on your vegetables, mix some Roundup and throw your dish soap in there. You should be all right. You may have to do a... Yeah, so like for that, I'd probably mix up some Roundup and throw a little bit of the Weed B Gone concentrate in there and then dish soap, and you may have to do like 2 or 3 shots on it. You know, that dish soap is going to make it stick a lot better. You may get it in 1 shot. I have gotten poison ivy in 1 shot with that, but that waxy coating on the poison ivy is going to make it about a 50-50 chance of doing it in 1 shot, but 2 should get it. Now, something else I like to do if I can find the roots of the poison ivy is just spray a puddle of Roundup on there. Sometimes that'll shock the plant enough to where it's weak, like it'll weaken the plant enough as a whole that your shot on the foliage itself gets it. It's like the last couple of times I've done it. On the last golf course I worked on, I just took Roundup in a large tank and just sprayed the whole thing from the golf cart. I didn't even bother getting out. I just fucking hosed it. But the other time I had the Weed B Gone Pro, and I mixed that up with a lot of dish soap and just hosed it. That took 3 treatments over the course of 2 weeks, and that finally got all of it. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You may have to hit it twice. You spray it once, you give it about 12 to 14 days, and then spray it again. That's probably where you'd... that's probably where you got stuck. You didn't catch it that second time. Hey, if you got something natural and organic that kills poison ivy, let's hear it. But yeah, I said it's that extra surfactant, that stickiness that really gives you the that extra kick for the poison ivy. And I said if you can find the roots, just spray the roots, like spray where it goes into the ground at the roots. Just spray that down pretty heavy too. As I said, you probably have to come out like 12, 14 days later and spray it again. Yeah, that's the thing, is like poison ivy's tough. You know, it's just you'll probably have to get it two times. You may have to get it 3. Like that stuff's hard to kill off, especially if you can't see where it goes into the ground. Like if you can't see where the plant starts, you'll have to probably go out and get it a couple of times. As I said, the big patches I got rid of for my dad. If you remember when we had like three hurricanes roll through Georgia over the course of 2 weeks, that completely wrecked a retaining wall that he had at the end of his driveway. So we needed to get the poison ivy out so he could start putting in a concrete wall. I had to go out there 3 times. Yeah, so your Broom's hedge grass, that may be part of the fescue family, or related enough related to fescue, because that should be a mono whatever the hell it is, one seed, one clump of grass. That's probably going to be Roundup or digging it out. Um, which again, like the Roundup with the dish soap in it, should be a lot more effective. Um, Mono something. But if you get into the fescue family, or the Bermuda or Zoysia families, Weed Be Gone won't do a thing to it. Hey, if y'all haven't checked out KO Knives, go ahead and drop a sub for him. Punisher, if you want to throw a link down. Um, KO does do live streams. They're pretty relaxed and laid back while he's sharpening knives and kind of fiddling with stuff. And he's doing some videos too. He's like got 3 of them lined up in the chamber waiting to go. God, I wish I could remember the word now. It's been so many years since I've done that job. But yeah, I don't think Weed Be Gone is going to get rid of the grass part. Yeah, Weldon Carey, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get to that live stream. I'm closing tomorrow, so I'll be working from like 3 in the afternoon, probably until 12:45, 1 in the morning. Because I got Monday night, the worst night of the week to close, and I have got the worst people I could possibly have on that crew, and they are directly responsible for us getting out of there 45 minutes to an hour late every time. I'm not happy about it, but I can't do much to fix it from here. Well, my routine is like, if all things go according to plan, I am going to be out cold until 1 o'clock, and then getting up and getting ready for work and leaving. So, like anyone doing a live stream during those hours, don't look for me. No, I know I'm closing Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Then I'm off Thursday and Friday, hence the Thursday live stream. And I think for that live stream, I'm probably only going to put knives out there that are decent so that we don't have another 2-hour crap out. Because it's not like we could even resharpen that thing and put a better edge on it. Like what is the edge? Let me get the Forbidden Moonshine on this. We didn't even check on the paper whether or not the edge is still holding up worth the crap. Just once it started tearing my hand up, I dropped it. And I keep forgetting to go in the shop to look and see if I still have a part of that gallon of denatured alcohol left. God, what? I'm so mad that I forgot that word. It's still bothering me. So the word is for a type of plant, grass particularly, where you get like one blade or one clump of grass for one seed. Um, it's mono something. Like I used to be basically fluent in speaking weed control and all things related. It's kind of like propane and propane accessories. But that job ended in, I think, 2007 or 2008. No, it's not crabgrass, but crabgrass would fit that description. Um, God. let's see. Monocot. Yeah, monocot. That's the word. So, grass and grass-like flowering plants, the seeds of which typically contain one embryonic leaf or cotyledon. So, there's another word for stuff like Bermuda that sends zygotes underground that all link up, and basically it's your lawn is damn near one big plant. Um, yeah, so like your brome grass is probably going to be a monocot, something to that effect. And the weed be gone, all that stuff. A lot of those are designed to not kill fescue, and so that means stuff that's even adjacent fescue, it won't touch. Now, stuff with wider leaves, it'll work on because you got like, clover and stuff like that that'll burn up. And it seems like a lot of the stuff that has just the larger, wider leaves, it seems to work on. I wish I would have bought more water, but the funding wasn't there. I'm wondering if zygote wasn't the word. Yeah, KO, I'm particularly happy to help you out, man. You've been one of the regulars for a hot minute now. I thought we could have at least gotten you 2 out of all that. Two of y'all couldn't go over there and hook KO knives up for me? There's like 10 other people in here. Someone hook my boy up. Get the boy some subs. But yeah, it's at some point here too. I need to stop by. At some point, I do need to start checking out pawn shops just to see if there's anything there. That being said, the pawn shops that I've stopped at around here for tools and stuff have been a massive disappointment. Like I said, the one that really killed me. It really, really killed me. I go in there, and there's like a Harbor Freight welder covered in concrete, scratched up, beat to hell. and they wanted exactly retail price for it. I was like, you are asking for full retail on a fucking Harbor Freight tool? Well, like, no, what I'm looking for is like KO Knives. He'll go, yeah, he'll hit pawn shops up in the area, and he's got like a weird system of like picking knives up and then flipping them, and like he'll buy something and then find out he doesn't like it that much or get what he wants out of it, and then take it back to the pawn shop and get like 75 to 80% of what he spent on it to begin with. Like, where is it? I think he said he got $3 for one of these at a pawn shop, something like that. Like, he can tell you, but he actually got money from a pawn shop for one of these. Yeah, $5 for it. This cost me $3 at Walmart. And believe me, oh, fuck. There's the dollar code that I was looking for. It was on the floor under my chair. Yeah, this cost me $3. I cannot believe you. I still can't believe you got $5 for this. Yeah, that's the thing is like, but yeah, the dollar co. Like the pawn shops around here, their prices are already kind of locked in at, what basically the selling value is. You're not really getting deals there. Yeah, I mean, I kind of overpaid at $3, but I figured, what the hell? If it wasn't serrated, I would have actually carried it and done a review on it of some sort. It's tipped down. I hate tipped down, but we all live in sin. But still, that could have been good. I mean, hell, the dollar code is tip up. Like that's about the only thing it has going for it. We got blade rattle, we got lock rock, we got an unadjustable pivot on here. I could probably hammer that down a little bit if I wanted to take the time on it. What did you spend $10 on? Neither one of these was a dozier. Oh, you mean this one? Because, like, this was $3 brand new at Walmart. This one was $1. You're telling me this one right here you spent $10 on? Yeah, like I never like, we don't have yard sales around here often, but they also don't have like knives. I've picked up like a cheap table saw and it's like some yeah, it's like, this was every bit of $1. Like, I got this at Dollar Tree. I can't believe you got it at I believe you got it on a Walmart website for $10, no less. But yeah, like the yard sales here never have knives or anything. Like they never have anything cool out there anymore. It's just really you got tools and yard equipment and stuff like that. But yeah, just nothing nothing worth grabbing in my realm. I tell you right now, I would have been all over that dude's ass for a refund. It's like, no, this was a 24 pack. Why did you only sell me one? Especially this for $10. Like for $10, you paid $11 too much. I mean, having the Dollarco is kind of like the mermaid knife with a Blade HQ. It's a little bit of a rite of passage. So, I mean, this thing ain't even sharp enough to cut you unless you really, really press down on it. Like, I'm sure this is making you so uncomfortable right now. But, I mean, it is so blunt. Like, I love the fact that it exists and that I got it for $1, but it is so fucking dull. Oh no, I had to buy my Dollarca. Like I had to. But like that was me looking at a Dollar Tree and like, what kind of knife can you get? The last time I was in Dollar Tree, they didn't have any. And would you guys believe that the chat froze on my the phone that I'm filming on right here? And one of the reasons I have a second phone open with an alt account besides being able to moderate is the chat stopped at KO Knives saying S30V isn't that expensive. Like that's how long ago it froze. Yeah, like I keep looking at the Boker Mermaid. I keep looking at it. It's like, that's just too much for it. But, you know, that may end up being a crowdfunded thing. Get the Mermaid and run it through Cardboard Slayer and see how it holds up. Yeah, that was hours ago. Like the chat just stopped on that phone, which sucks because I do use that screen to read stuff when I'm not like head turned, you know, because like this one is off to my right a little bit and you want something trippy, see how long this takes to register. You guys are kind of watching the display in real time. Like y'all see how much of a delay we've got there? So like y'all are getting that much of a delay from me and I'm getting the delay from y'all for chat. And that is exactly why when you see guys doing larger live streams, they may see your comment like 4 or 5 minutes after you sent it. And right? Like I'm watching that on my other screen now. Like there's that much of a delay. So it's like kind of nuts. That's part of why it takes me so long to see comments and respond to them. You know, and that it's been that way forever. Like when I was doing live streams on my other channel. Evasive floppy disk. Yes, you finally made it. And you missed the top of my foot being shaved twice. Yeah, I mean, you totally missed it. I sharpened 2 knives to sharp as shit, and I shaved hair off the top there, and now it's going to feel weird when I put a sock on. But yeah, we had our first knife crap out after about 2 hours. Like the edge was still fighting the good fight, but it did that to my hand. The second knife lasted about an hour before that crapped out, and then we've been kind of shooting the shit since. So the first one to crap out was this Tac Force right here. I threw that in there as kind of a gag, but that's the one that the D20 of Destiny picked out. So once that was done, and that was in 440 stainless, we switched over to this one, and this is in 3CR13, and it was showing some pretty hefty edge wear after an hour. And then after that, we've been just been kind of sitting here shooting the shit. The Red Horse clone? Well, now I have to look. You don't know, oh yeah. Okay, I see it. The Red Horse Hellraiser. Yeah, that's pretty undeniable. And of course, you got your Mark of the Beast cheap garbage pocket clip, but yeah, that is definitely a clone. Yeah, we did look it up. Yeah, I wasn't sure it was a clone of anything because this looks like a fairly generic design. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, they cloned something for it. And that's where it's kind of fun not knowing everything out there. Is like there's a lot of stuff I bought for the Super Budget Showdown that I didn't know was a clone. Like we're still kind of box. Oh my god, standing up hurts now. It's like I've still got this guy I'd like to run. I cannot remember who made this now or what the steel is. I'll have to check my eBay history. And then we got another Camillus here, the Wedge, which also solid little knife. Cheap, solid, it works. Again, part of why I was so irritated with the Keto. Like, and then this is the last Super Budget Showdown knife, which I'm sure is a clone of something. But this thing just kind of generally sucked. Wasn't enjoyable to use, wasn't enjoyable to carry. Like, it just... Someone knows what this is a clone of. Now, like, I'm not cool with clones. The only reason clones have happened during the Super Budget Showdown is, again, I don't know everything out there, obviously, and these things were like 15 bucks or less. Yeah, I said, I know it's a Spyderco something. I thought it might not be a knockoff, but probably is. Yeah, no, I wanted the lime green scales on it too, and they had one on Amazon with the lime green scales, but it was a clone. And it's again like, why do you want to clone a $13 knife? Please explain that to me. And it's not even like it was significantly cheaper than the Wedge. It was like the same damn price. So, KO, what kind of Hogue are you selling? Like, what Hogue are you selling, and what are you selling it for? Yeah, but that was a pretty direct, like I think the only thing separating those was the shit pocket clip and the overcompensating. Okay, so now we know. Now we know what you got there, but yeah, like it was, and the speed holes in the blade, like yeah, that was a pretty direct copy. Uh, nice. But yeah, I think we do kind of have to wrap it up here. I am exhausted and hungry and tired, and I need to go upstairs and lay down. But that was another fun ass live stream. Just like I said, next time I'm gonna make sure we got some better stuff to work with, so we don't have one crap out after an hour. The thing right now in the box. Yeah, we've been talking about the PO box. I gotta figure out what it costs, and I was explaining like that's probably gonna end up having to be crowdfunded because we just came to terms of how broke we actually are, and it ain't pretty. Yeah, no problems, Wilderness man. We see you whenever you come in. Trust me, brother. There's a couple of like I want some basic bitch ass shit, but like the ZTO 350. I like that thing. I would love to play around with it. But that being said, the ZTO 350 has kind of gone the same direction as the Bug Out and the Deca. Like the price has just been creeping up and up and up on that. Because I think when I put that on the wish list, it was like 130. It ain't 130 no mo. But yeah, I think we're gonna wrap this up and shut this thing down so I can go upstairs and figure out what I'm gonna do with myself. But I appreciate the time, everybody. I appreciate the fact that y'all are here for this damn long. And that's badass. That is badass. Enjoy the work tomorrow for sure. That night shift is going to be interesting. But yeah, later, guys. Y'all have a great night. I gotta go. That is awesome, man. But next live stream is probably going to be Thursday, about the same time. Later, guys.